Chapter 173, Heavenly Tao Trap. Difference between immortal and mortal. The new year had arrived, and the atmosphere this spring festival was even more lively than in previous years. With the addition of Gu Zong and Xian Tianyi, the third Medicine Valley was buzzing with excitement. It was rumored that the true inheritor had sworn brotherhood with the Valley Master, which thrilled the 400 servant disciples, all worshipping Guan with adulation. Xian Tianyi always wanted to chat with him about Taoist Xuan, which made him quite distressed. It wasn't until dusk that Guan found an excuse to leave and return to the Mystic Valley to spend the festival with his junior sister and disciples. The disciples sat around the table, toasting and exchanging cups, rejoicing in the celebration. Yi Lan and Zhen Qin began recounting matters of the immortal cultivation world once again. The number of demons in the land of the 5 dynasties had not decreased due to the actions of various sects, but had, in fact, increased. Moreover, demon cultivators and evil people were also on the rise. Many believed that the human race was doomed and thought it better to indulge before dying, or to seize treasures through murder and then sail south. In short, both the immortal cultivation world and the common folk were in chaos. As long as the demon calamity was unresolved, the world would remain in turmoil. Zhen Qin had once complained why the mountain god did not take action, but Guan, pretending he wasn't the mountain god, remained silent. Didn't the mountain god say, why should he protect the human race? If demons worship him, why can't he support them? The strength of a race ultimately depends on itself, not the favor of immortals, Yi Lan remarked nonchalantly. Having been in the law enforcement hall for so long, she had seen too many sins, giving her deep life experiences. The more evil she had witnessed, the more she cherished Guan, Zhen Qin, and Xiaochuan. Many cultivators ended up lonely at the end of their paths. Having companions in life was a blessing. Guan listened quietly, occasionally chiming in. No matter how chaotic the world became, he had no intention of taking it upon himself to save it. However, he would still occasionally descend from the mountain to relieve suffering, aiding some fated beings without upsetting the grand scheme of things. After all, he was still unsure of the strength of the 7 Stars spirit realm. Even if he knew, he couldn't protect the continent alone. Doing so would mean that all future calamities befalling the continent would fall on his shoulders, and any enemies targeting the continent would first come after him. The mere thought gave him a headache. Zhen Qin mentioned Su Han again, saying that Su Han had followed the 9 Nether 13 evil to Tianwei. Recently, Su Han had just absorbed the spiritual power of a divinity transformation realm cultivator, causing a stir in the immortal cultivation world. The Supreme Sect had also dispatched great cultivators to kill Su Han but ended up being severely injured by the 9 Nether 13 evil. Guan thought that the person being merely injured might have been due to the 9 Nether 13 evil, considering the face of Sword Venerable Fudao. The world's situation was changing, and Guan only wanted to watch from the sidelines. His target was the Demon Emperor and the Demon Ancestor. Once the demon calamity erupted and the world plunged into chaos, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate the Demon Emperor and the Demon Ancestor, eradicating the greatest scourge of the calamity. The remaining demons would serve as grindstones for the world's cultivators. The conversation lasted deep into the night, and Yi Lan and Zhen Qin decided to stay in the Mystic Valley and leave the next day. Yi Lan even came to his pavilion to confide in him. As they chatted, Yi Lan suddenly blew out the candle in the room. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "Senior brother, I fear the calamity may strike at any time and do not wish to have regrets before I die." "You again?" "Senior brother, though I may not be your Taoist friend, let us cherish the feelings we have now. What say you?" "Junior sister, we should not be like this." "Senior brother, I really like you, stop it." "Senior brother, don't make me use force." Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of physical confrontation echoed inside the room. Come morning, Guan and Yi Lan came downstairs, Guan walking ahead with a smug expression. Yi Lan, rubbing her wrist, looked at him with a resentful gaze. They had fought last night. Yi Lan had tried to use force, but surprisingly could not overpower Guan. In the end, she was unsuccessful and inevitably felt disappointed. Yet, thinking of how Guan had restrained her, A smile tugged at her lips. So, senior brother likes this sort of thing. Yi Lan began to understand Guan a little more. She quietly rubbed her backside, counting how many times senior brother had struck her last night. After finishing her morning exercises, Yi Lan and Zhen Qin left. Guan then sneaked into the 8 Sina caves. As he approached the green vine tree, Jiang Qiong, with her eyes closed, said, "Last night was the spring festival, wasn't it? It was really lively." "Yes, I brought you some pastries made by the disciples." Guan responded, squatting down and taking out the pastries and wine. Jiang Qiong opened her eyes and looked at him. "Do you like your junior sister Yi?" she asked. Guan replied, "To say I don't like her at all would be a lie, but I feel I cannot accept her now. It would delay our cultivation." "Oh, and why do you think it would cause a delay?" Jiang Qiong asked, intrigued. "Once someone is in your heart, you can't help but think of them. If the relationship is confirmed, feelings turn into responsibility, and you'll consider that person in everything you do. This inevitably affects your cultivation. I'm not afraid of being affected myself, but I hope she can cultivate peacefully without my influence," Guan said earnestly. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. Yi Lan had poor aptitude and now needed to find a way to cultivate the primordial reincarnation skill to change her extreme lifespan. Guan could choose to accompany her for the last 100 years of her life, but he didn't want her to have only 100 years now. If love lasts forever, why not cherish every moment together? Guan raised his wine cup, offering it to Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong looked into his clear eyes, feeling as if she was seeing him for the first time. This boy still had a romantic heart. Jiang Qiong asked, "How do you know you'll definitely live longer than her? What if you die first, and her years of painstaking cultivation lead to a regretful second half of her life? What then?" Guan smiled proudly. "To be honest, I now possess 2 slices of the Medicine Valley, with an endless supply of medicinal herbs. Even if I don't cultivate much, living a few hundred years just by relying on elixirs isn't hard." "A few hundred years?" Jiang Qiong found it amusing. This boy's perspective was really narrow. But for some reason, the thought of Guan passing away in a few hundred years while she continued to pursue the elusive immortal path made her inexplicably uneasy. "Come on, drink. Not drunk, no return," Jiang Qiong suddenly said with a stern face. Guan immediately raised his cup. An hour later, when Jiang Qiong still wanted to drink more, Guan saw things were going awry and found an excuse to leave. But Jiang Qiong pulled him back. Jiang Qiong began forcefully making him drink. To hide his cultivation level, he had to pretend to be weak against alcohol. This was spiritual wine. If a foundation establishment realm cultivator drank too much, they would definitely get drunk. Eventually, he had to pretend to be drunk, lying on the ground. Jiang Qiong sat on the ground, looking at Guan, letting out a breath of relief. This boy is clearly a foundation establishment realm cultivator. How can he drink so much? Jiang Qiong thought to herself with a flushed face. She almost couldn't outdrink Guan. If word got out that a nascent soul realm cultivator couldn't outdrink a foundation establishment realm one, it would be a huge joke. She just sat there watching Guan, her thoughts wandering. Feeling the time pass, Guan began calculating in his mind. 3 hours later, he got up to leave, having already been drunk once. If Jiang Qiong tried to stop him again, he wouldn't hesitate to flip out. After a long while, Jiang Qiong suddenly squatted in front of Guan, raising her hand to brush the hair from his face. Guan's heart pounded with tension. Wait a minute. This old demon cultivator wouldn't be greedy for my flesh, would she? Guan felt absurd. Why did so many women like him? Was it simply because he looked handsome? Hadn't these female cultivators seen handsome men before? Jiang Qiong's low voice came to his ears. Why does this boy look better and better? It's really strange. After achieving wandering immortal status, even though Guan hid his cultivation, his appearance and demeanor had a transcendent quality to them. Jiang Qiong thought it was her affection changing his image in her eyes. Sigh, what am I thinking? He's my grand disciple. Even if I'm a demon cultivator, I can't act immorally. Jiang Qiong withdrew her hand and sat down. She became silent. After a while, She suddenly kicked Guan, hitting his waist. Guan cursed inwardly. Why was this woman hitting him? She kicked him again, and Guan rolled away, putting distance between them, and shouted, "More drink? What, master? I don't recognize you. You definitely can't outdrink me." Seeing his drunken state, Jiang Qiong couldn't help but laugh. After that, Jiang Qiong didn't act out again. When the 3-hour period ended, Guan groggily got up, seeing Jiang Qiong meditating. He immediately snuck away. Though Jiang Qiong didn't open her eyes, a smile crept onto her lips. After leaving the 8 scenic caves, Guan went to the Nianchu cave of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. After picking some medicinal herbs, he sternly guided Tian Yaoer in her cultivation. He vented his frustration from Jiang Qiong on Tian Yaoer. Tian Yaoer didn't mind though. When Guan was about to leave, she clung to his arm, trying to pester him further, causing him to quickly vanish on the spot out of fright. Back at the 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan kept pondering a question. Was it that spring had come and everyone was more prone to emotions, or was he just unlucky? Why did Yi Lan, Jiang Qiong, and Tian Yaoer all come on to him? Fortunately, Lu Lingjun only indulged in banter and didn't actually treat him as a Taoist friend. These were all traps set by the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao wanted him to be ensnared by these women's affections, dragging him into worldly conflicts. Sooner or later, the 3 women would encounter various troubles. If he were bound to them, how could he stand idly by? Intervening more frequently would eventually attract the attention of powerful enemies. The concept of causality was complicated. The higher his cultivation, the more Guan respected causation. The intersections of fate in the mortal world seemed random, but in reality, followed certain laws. Guan pondered as he walked toward his pavilion, contemplating the way of cause and effect. In the distance, Xiaochuan stood by the wooden fence, watching his spirit dogs playfully fight. His gaze suddenly caught sight of Guan ascending the stairs. For some reason, Xiaochuan became lost in thought. The feeling Guan gave him was indescribable, as if his senior brother could fly away at any moment. This feeling was quite strange. He came back to his senses and smiled self-deprecatingly. Senior brother has already sworn brotherhood with Mahayana cultivators. He's long been a different league from me. I only rely on his care to live. When I pass away, he will still be young. Feeling melancholic, Xiaochuan sighed. He was envious but bore no jealousy towards Guan, believing his senior brother deserved his current status. When he died, if there truly were an underworld, he would pray for his senior brother, wishing his immortal path smooth and worry-free. Uncle Xiaochuan, the white spirit rat is back. An accent suddenly ran over, interrupting his thoughts. Chapter 174. Catastrophe rarely seen in 10,000 years. Ever since they had the mystic pure tree, the white spirit rat had basically been napping under it, rarely going out, and when it did, it was gone for several days, making Xiaochuan always worry about it. Under Enzin's guidance, Xiaochuan arrived at the mystic pure tree. The white spirit rat was lying under the mystic pure tree, its belly facing the sky. Xiaochuan squatted down and gently petted its belly, while it displayed a look of comfort. An Xian came up behind Xiaochuan and said with emotion, "Uncle Xiaochuan, you spoil it too much. It goes out for so long, don't you think it needs a little scolding?" She couldn't stand the white spirit rat's cockiness and laziness. Had it not been Guan's pet, she would have taken care of it long ago. Don't underestimate it. It has another name, the treasure-hunting rat. It rarely goes out, but when it does, it might come back with a treasure, Xiaochuan said with a smile. At these words, an Xen squatted down as well, curiously examining the white spirit rat. The white spirit rat opened its eyes to see her, and its eyes widened. Suddenly, it spat a pearl at an Xen, who couldn't dodge in time. The pearl hit Enzin's face and immediately turned into liquid, seeping into her skin. Everything happened so quickly that an Xian couldn't react. By the time she realized what had happened, she screamed, stood up hurriedly, and frantically touched her face, while Xiaochuan was also frightened, not knowing what to do. The white spirit rat gave a smug smile and ran behind the tree. Guan heard Enzin scream and rushed over immediately, followed by other disciples. "Don't move, let me see." Upon hearing Gu En's voice, Nxn calmed down instantly and let go of her hands. Everyone looked closely and saw that apart from a slight redness due to emotional agitation, there were no injuries on her face. Gu En examined her and then asked Xiaochuan to go fetch Lu Lingjun. Although Nxn was fine, she had obtained an opportunity. But Gu En couldn't say this out loud. He had to get Lu Lingjun to explain it. Before long, Lu Lingjun arrived. After inspecting Nxn, she smiled and said, "You should thank that fat rat." Upon hearing this, Nxn was stunned, and the people around were puzzled. The white spirit rat suddenly peeked out from behind the tree, baring its teeth at Lu Lingjun, but its overly chubby figure rendered it completely non-threatening. "Senior, do you recognize the pearl it spat out?" Nxin asked nervously. Just as Lu Lingjun was about to answer, a figure flew in from the distance, and she turned to look. The newcomer was an imposing male cultivator who swiftly landed behind the group. Frowning, he asked, "Whose white spirit rat is that?" Nxin couldn't help but tighten her grip on her sleeve. Gu En stepped forward and said, "It is mine." "I'm sorry, Taoist friend, that pearl has already been absorbed by my disciple. I am willing to compensate with medicinal herbs." Nxen looked at him with gratitude, while Lu Lingjun had a look of amusement. The male cultivator's cultivation level was at the nascent soul realm, and his cave was not far from the third medicine valley. Having only joined Supreme Sect 2 years ago, he was unaware of the importance of the third medicine valley. Seeing that Gu En's cultivation was low, he said sternly, "Compensate with medicinal herbs? You are merely the acting valley master. How many medicinal herbs can you offer? My water spirit pearl is an extremely rare treasure. Your white spirit rat sneaked into my cave while I was away and stole it. This is unforgivable." Lu Lingjun chimed in, "The water spirit pearl is indeed rare. It can enhance a being's perception of water attribute spiritual energy." The male cultivator glared at Nxen with even more anger, making her even more anxious. Gu En said helplessly, "How about 26th grade medicinal herbs?" Hearing this, the male cultivator was moved, surprised at Gu En's generosity. The disciples were also shocked, knowing the high value of 6th grade medicinal herbs. They usually handled even the seeds with extreme care, for a single seed of a 6th grade herb was worth their lives. Seeing the male cultivator hesitate, Gu En continued, "This disciple of mine is Enhao's sister. Her aptitude is mediocre, so she can only temporarily reside here. If you can let this matter go, Enhao will also appreciate it." "Enhao? Which Enhao?" the male cultivator asked with a frown. Gu En smiled, "Of course, the top of the golden list." The disciples were not surprised, as this had long ceased to be a secret, while Nxien opened her mouth but said nothing. When the male cultivator heard this, his expression shifted between dark and bright. He coughed once and said, "In that case, on Enhao's account, I'll accept your 26th grade medicinal herbs. But keep a better eye on your white spirit rat in the future." "Thank you for your generosity, brother. I will take you to get the medicinal herbs." Gu En took the male cultivator away, leaving the other disciples to discuss the event. Xiaochuan began to comfort Nxen. She did not feel wronged, but rather ashamed, as she had received such a stroke of luck out of nowhere and caused trouble for Gu En and Enhao. She felt guilty. Lu Lingjun snorted, "That kid has guts, not even letting me help." She was a member of the Hall of Elders and could have easily made the male cultivator leave with a word. This made her see Gu En in a new light. Besides her, Gu En had also sworn brotherhood with Xian Tianyi and had a close relationship with the sect leader. Even so, Gu En did not resort to abusing his power, always offering sincere compensation. This character was truly admirable. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the male cultivator left. Gu En looked back, feeling quite emotional. Was this a fortunate mistake? If Xiaochuan hadn't been so kind to the white spirit rat, would it have spat the pearl on his face? Xian Tianyi's Tao Enlightenment Conference was held as scheduled. Gu En took Nxien and Xiaochuan to the inner sect city to listen to the teachings. He didn't gain much, but for Nxien and Xiaochuan, as well as all the inner sect disciples, it was immensely beneficial. With the successful conclusion of the Tao Enlightenment Conference, Xian Tianyi's prestige soared, surpassing that of the sect leader and becoming revered by everyone in the sect. In early summer, Xian Tianyi went to the border and killed a Mahayana realm great demon king and 3 mystic heart realm demon kings, becoming famous across 5 regions. Now, the title of the strongest under heaven was attributed to him, though many still believed Sword Venerable Fu Dao was stronger. As for the Taoist lord of Zhangtian sect, he had been silent since his return. Xian Tianyi's action greatly intimidated the demon land, giving people hope. Thus, 2 years passed. Gu An's lifespan reached over 2.5 million years. In those 2 years, he still occasionally went down the mountain. Upon learning that people called him the Green Hero, he was stunned. What was this? That night, Jiang Qiong left, going somewhere to retrieve her belongings. Gu An could only wish her safety, unable to stop her. After leaving the 1,000-mile range of Supreme Sect, Jiang Qiong walked through the mountains and forests. Clad in a long black robe, she looked like a ghost. Suddenly she stopped, frowning. Following her gaze, a black shadow appeared ahead, and she was startled. Demon Shadow Divine Skill. Could there still be a master of Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Near Supreme Sect, a great cultivator who knew Demon Shadow Divine Skill. Jiang Qiong immediately readied her magic artifact, poised for action. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you could resist? A cold and hoarse voice came from the mysterious shadow ahead. Jiang Qiong took a deep breath and asked, "May I ask if you are Sword Venerable Fu Dao?" Gu An raised his hand and tossed the Ephemera Sect Hierarch token to her. She did not catch it, but took a step back and looked down at the token on the ground. The 3 words Ephemera Sect made her complexion change drastically. You are from Ephemera Sect? How is that possible? Jiang Qiong looked at Gu An in disbelief. Sword Venerable Fu Dao, who had opposed Ephemera Sect, was actually from Ephemera Sect? Gu An said calmly, "This is the Hierarch token of Ephemera Sect. From now on, you are my envoy, managing Ephemera Sect on my behalf. You can do what you want, but don't let Ephemera Sect commit any more evil deeds." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiong immediately understood. Sword Venerable Fu Dao must have taken over the position of Hierarch after Ephemera Sect's downfall, intending to change Ephemera Sect. She breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sword Venerable Fu Dao is truly a good person, there is no need to be so fearful. Why choose me? Jiang Qiong asked. You have been in Supreme Sect for over 100 years, coming and going. I saw you on 9 Nether Road before. Later, you returned to Supreme Sect and did not harm the disciples, which at least shows that your nature is not bad. You seem to be in a swamp, perhaps because there are people you care about in Supreme Sect or because you are avoiding enemies, Gu An said nonchalantly. Jiang Qiong's expression changed, and her eyes turned cold. She thought Sword Venerable Fu Dao was using Gu An to threaten her. None of that matters. What matters is whether you are willing to take over Ephemera Sect. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera and the 9 Nether 13 Evil will see the token as seeing me. With this token, you can make great impacts, Gu An said coldly. Jiang Qiong took a deep breath and said, to be honest, I have offended 7 Stars Spirit Realm. That is also one of the reasons. What? Jiang Qiong's face changed drastically, and she looked at Gu An in shock. Moonlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating her, while Gu An remained in the darkness. Jiang Qiong returned after 3 months. It was autumn, and the night was slightly cool. Gu An and Jiang Qiong came to the 8 scenic caves. Disciple grandson, I have returned to say goodbye, Jiang Qiong said softly, looking up at the green vine tree. Gu An feigned confusion and asked, where are you going? Jiang Qiong smiled. During this time, I've thought a lot. Hiding all the time is not the solution. It might even drag you down. 7 Stars Spirit Realm is indeed powerful, but they are not necessarily the rulers of the world. I want to build my own force and keep climbing. Gu An appeared hesitant, various emotions flickering across his face. Noticing his expression, Jiang Qiong felt even happier. She laughed. The great demon calamity is imminent. The more chaotic it gets, the greater the opportunities. Maybe in 100 years, I can come to Supreme Sect openly. By then, I'll have you receive me, all right? Guan asked, do you really have to fight? In the world of immortal cultivation, if you don't fight, you'll be trampled on sooner or later. Even if you are safe in Supreme Sect for now, what about later? What if someone wants to kick you out and take over your achievements in Medicine Valley? What will you do? Faced with Jiang Qiong's questioning, Guan remained silent. Afraid that he would be timid in the future, Jiang Qiong smiled and said, if you don't fight, then I'll fight. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, there will always be a place for you. Unless I die. Guan was moved and looked at her. Satisfied with his expression, Jiang Qiong said, according to the information I've received, the great demon calamity is about to fully erupt. Be prepared for this once-in-million-years catastrophe. Chapter 175 Su Han's Envy, Demon Ancestors Resurrection. Jiang Qiong returned home but stayed only for one night before leaving. Guan could sense her renewed fighting spirit, much like when she first restored her physical body, full of vigor. Guan also had high hopes for her future. If she could lead the remaining followers of the Ephemera sect onto a righteous path, it would be a meritorious deed. Although the ghost mother of Ephemera was using Su Han, they merely desired to return to their homeland. Meanwhile, Su Han needed someone to protect him. Both sides were using each other, and who would have the last laugh depended on their own abilities. Everyone had their own life journey. Even those closest to Guan, Yi Lan, Zhen Qin, and Liya, were living their own lives of immortal cultivation, only occasionally visiting Guan for a chat. After Jiang Qiong left, Guan's life continued as usual. Even though he had reached the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm, he did not find planting flowers and herbs tedious, as he had higher goals to pursue. Since the medicinal herbs had to be picked personally to gain lifespan, Guan rarely used his clone technique. As for receiving guests and handling matters, he was too lazy to use his clones. Throughout the year, the instances requiring another persona to handle were few and far between. Such occasions added variety to his tranquil life, which he naturally enjoyed experiencing firsthand. Every day held fascination for Gu and Tianwei, Heavenly Palace Mountain. Heavenly Palace Mountain was nestled among vast mountains, with a massive palace sitting at the peak. A stone staircase extended from the foot of the mountain to the summit, unobstructed by trees. Thus the palace was referred to as the Heavenly Palace, and ascending the mountain was lauded as reaching the heavens. On the ascending heaven steps of Heavenly Palace Mountain, Su Han approached with a bone sword in his hand. His black robe fluttered, and his long hair danced in the wind. He looked up at the figure on the mountaintop, a look of unwillingness on his face. The person standing at the summit was An Hao. An Hao wore a gold-trimmed white robe, with a dragon crown on his head. His wrist guards, belt, and boots were all exquisitely ornate and gleamed with brilliance. He looked down on Su Han from the mountaintop, a smirk of arrogance and pride playing on his lips. Hateful heaven divine sword? That's all? I heard you can devour others' spiritual power, but even though you take shortcuts, your cultivation growth is slower than mine? And Hao's voice resounded under the vast sky, full of heroism. Su Han looked up at An Hao, not angry, but with a complex expression in his eyes. At that moment, several figures appeared in the woods at the base of the mountain. They moved like specters, quickly positioning themselves behind Su Han. 9 Nether 13 Evil. Su Han raised his sword to block them. The third of the 9 Nether evil spirits, Li Sanyu, said in a deep voice, "If you don't deal with this boy, you won't be able to devour the cultivation of those cultivators in the palace." Su Han responded calmly, "He's from the Supreme Sect. I don't want to deal with a disciple of the Supreme Sect." The 7th of the 9 Nether evil spirits, Li Chio, mocked, "You can injure him without taking his life." Seeing the 9 Nether 13 evil appear, An Hao squinted. He raised his right hand, and a long sword materialized in his palm. Bathed in sunlight, the blade glimmered with a radiant arc. Su Han frowned, hesitating. The 9 Nether 13 evil did not wait for him to decide and started to ascend the steps. Rumble, Clouds in the sky churned, quickly transforming into thunderclouds. A powerful sword intent enveloped the 9 Nether 13 Evil and Su-Han. Su-Han's eyes widened, looking up at Anhao in horror, unable to maintain his composure from before. Such sword intent, how could it be? Su-Han knew that Anhao was younger than him. He couldn't comprehend how Anhao had cultivated such a powerful sword intent. To have honed the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword to such a degree? What is your relationship with Sword Venerable Fudao? A voice rang out, belonging to the ghost mother of Ephemera. As soon as she spoke, the 9 Nether 13 Evil stopped in their tracks. The name Sword Venerable Fudao made them cringe in fear. Luckily, they had not attacked Anhao earlier. Anhao snorted coldly, "Why ask so many questions? If you want to fight, then fight." The Taitsong sword intent caused the thunderclouds to gather into a human face. If Guan saw this, he would feel gratified, as Anhao had taken the mastery of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword to a new level. Retreat! The ghost mother's voice rang out, and the 9 Nether 13 Evil turned and descended the mountain without hesitation. As they walked past Su-Han, they nudged his shoulder. Su-Han followed them down, but he couldn't help but glance back at Anhao. It was the first time he had seen someone scare off the ghost mother of Ephemera, which made his feelings more conflicted. If I had a background like his, I wouldn't be in this situation. Su-Han quickly disappeared into the forest with the 9 Nether 13 Evil. At the mountain top, Anhao quietly exhaled, despite his arrogance. The 9 Nether 13 Evil had put him under tremendous pressure. His master was truly formidable. Wherever he went, he thrived. Anhao felt proud, then turned and walked towards the heavenly palace. Before he reached the door, Si Yenner poked her head out from within, looking at Anhao excitedly. As Anhao approached, she softly asked, "So your master is Sword Venerable Fudao?" Anhao pressed her head, not uttering a word, and walked straight into the heavenly palace. Late autumn, 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan sat on the staircase of a pavilion, watching the disciples clear the autumn leaves. The 3rd Medicine Valley was vast and its scenery magnificent, making him feel content. The weather was pleasant, the wind was gentle, everything seemed wonderful. The only blemish was a strong surge of demon energy gathering in the north. Guan used his divine sense, at the wandering immortal realm, to see endless demons surrounding a mountain. The mountain appeared as if it had been sliced by the heavenly sword, its top flat, with an altar standing on it. The area around the altar was filled with great demons, the lowest of which were at the mystic heart realm, and one had even reached the nirvana realm. Guan speculated that the one of the nirvana realm must be the demon emperor. A stronger demon energy than the nirvana realm was amassing within the altar. Demon energy pervaded the lands and skies, and the clouds above churned. Occasionally a meteor would fall, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Moreover, Guan sensed the presence of great cultivators around the demons. Some of these cultivators also had the aura of the nirvana realm. Evidently, these cultivators were from the 7-star spirit realm, and they were waiting for the resurrection of the demon ancestor. Neither human nor demon, what an interesting world. Guan laughed softly, his tone mocking. He retracted his divine sense and then took out the Taoist Sunshin's writings to peruse. He had no intention of prematurely stopping the demonic calamity. He planned to act unexpectedly against the 7-star spirit realm, and now was not the right time. The sun set and the moon rose. An Exan arrived at the staircase, asking, "Master, why are you sitting here?" Guan looked at her, smiling, enjoying the moonlight. "How about you? How has your cultivation been lately?" After merging with the water spirit pearl, Enzin's maximum lifespan hadn't changed. Treasures of extraordinary rarity in this world couldn't easily alter one's lifespan limits, but he could feel that Enzin's energy absorption speed had greatly improved. An Exan smiled sweetly and said, "Pretty good, thanks to you, master. I promise to cultivate herbs well to make up for your loss." A 6th-grade herb is priceless. It might take you a lifetime to make up for it. "No problem. As long as you don't mind, master, I'm happy to stay in the Medicine Valley for a lifetime." Unlike Anhao, who sought justice in the world of immortal cultivation, an Exan, aware of her mediocre talents, only cared about this medicine valley. There were hundreds of disciples in the valley, so life was not dull. Occasionally she would visit the outer gate city. She had no worries and enjoyed these days greatly. Seeing Nzin's bright smile, Guan couldn't help but smile too. Then I will provide for her for a lifetime. Guan treated his disciples well, not for any return. Could these disciples surpass him in power? He simply enjoyed creating good relationships. Having affection for others who reciprocated his kindness gave him satisfaction. The master and disciple chatted idly, and an Xan mentioned the white spirit rat, saying it was too fat and needed some exercise. Thus, Guan entrusted the white spirit rat to her, permitting her to handle it as she wished, which made her very happy. One night passed. Early the next morning, many Supreme Sect disciples flew northward. Some even flew over the Third Medicine Valley, making an impressive spectacle and causing the valley's disciples to talk excitedly. After watching for a while, Guan stepped onto the transmission array platform. An ancient hour later, Guan arrived at Tianya Valley. He saw LV Xian had returned, meditating on a cliff facing the valley's entrance. Seeing him from afar, LV Xian nodded slightly as a greeting. Guan nodded back and walked into the valley. 2 years had passed, and the world's landscape had greatly changed. Now only 3 dynasties remained: the Taizong dynasty, the Tianwei dynasty, and the Great Jiang dynasty. Among them, the Taizong dynasty possessed the most extensive territory. The Great Jiang dynasty was at the bottom because they hadn't participated in the internal wars, being too busy fighting demons. After Guan finished harvesting the medicinal herbs, he had 3 monkey demons plant the seeds. Luo Hun came to Guan's side and said, "Your Majesty wants you to hasten to increase your cultivation level to the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, and reach the core formation soon." He raised his hand, took out an ornate box, and handed it to Guan. "His Majesty said that with your current status in the Supreme Sect, someone will surely help you form your core. This is a golden core he prepared in advance since he can't find the time to return himself." Luo Hun's eyes showed curiosity. He was curious about Guan's current status in the Supreme Sect. Unfortunately, Li Xuando's letter did not specify. Guan put the box into his storage bag and asked Luo Hun to thank Li Xiandao on his behalf. Luo Hun whispered, "The book?" Guan discreetly took out a book. "This is the latest Green Hero travelogue. Green Hero himself gave it to me, and no third person has seen it yet." Luo Hun accepted it with joy. At that moment, Ji Xiaoyu's brother, Ji Rualai, appeared behind Luo Hun, looking at Guan, asking, "Have you met Shen Tianyi?" Luo Hun moved aside to give him room. Guan asked, "Why do you ask?" "Green Hero travelogue is written by Shen Tianyi," Ji Rualai said expressionlessly. Luo Hun was embarrassed, quickly leaving. Guan nodded. "Indeed, we have sworn brotherhood." Hearing this, Luo Hun stopped, looking at him in disbelief. Ji Rualai squinted his eyes, carefully examining Guan. LV Xian, who was meditating on the cliff, opened his eyes. The name Shen Tianyi was well known to him. In the current world of immortal cultivation, who didn't know the Supreme Sect's true inheritor? Ji Rualai stared at Guan and said, "It seems Shen Tianyi likes your investiture of the gods." "Investiture of the gods? What do you mean?" Luo Hun suddenly stepped forward, looking at Ji Rualai with a frown. "Are you saying investiture of the gods was written by Guan?" Ji Rualai nodded. Luo Hun looked at him in disbelief. This news was more shocking than Guan and Shen Tianyi's sworn brotherhood. Chapter 176: The Eyes Peeking at All Beings. Guan, Pan and Luo Hun looked at Guan, thinking in a daze. His expression made Guan very displeased. "What do you mean by this?" Disappointed? Guan was not afraid of Pan An's identity being exposed now. Not to mention his cultivation level, just his backing was enough to handle all the trouble he could encounter. Don't think that Guan has killed many strong people, but those strong people had no direct enmity with him. Currently, the enemies he could provoke would hardly exceed the divinity transformation realm. Even LV Xian in the distance felt shocked. Guan was Panin? He knew that Guan had extraordinary cultivation talent but did not expect him to have such skills. At this moment, LV Xian once again felt his own mediocrity. He realized that true geniuses never show off their talents. They disdain comparing themselves with others. Jirai looked at Guan and said, "My third sister wrote to me, asking me to take good care of you. She greatly appreciates your decision to stay at the Supreme Sect instead of following the Ji family in relocating." Upon hearing this, Guan could only say, "I am cultivating in the Supreme Sect. At a time of crisis, I cannot run away. Moreover, I don't need to go to the battlefield, so I must do my part from the rear." Ji Rolai nodded, with a look of admiration in his eyes. The three chatted for a while before Guan took the opportunity to bid farewell and leave. Watching his departing figure, Ji Rolai chuckled softly and said, "Being sworn brothers with Xian Tianyi, his cultivation level no longer matters. From now on, I have to treat him as a great personage." Luo Han did not respond but muttered, "Why could he write the investiture of the gods? I can accept that he wrote the Green Hero Travelogue. Don't think that he now loves reading the Green Hero Travelogue and Taoist Xuanchuan, but in his heart, Investiture of the Gods was the masterpiece. The former satisfies his desires, while the latter is his life pursuit." Early winter. Just at dawn, a terrifying demon energy came from a distance, startling everyone at the Supreme Sect. In Mystic Valley, the servant disciples practicing exercises with Guan also noticed it, all turning to look in terror. They had never felt such dreadful demon energy, making them instinctively fearful. Guan also felt it and said, "Continue practicing, focus on our tasks, don't worry about what you can't control." Hearing this, the disciples could only suppress their inner fear and continue practicing. Chu Jingfeng and Lu Jiujia were also practicing, both furrowing their brows tightly. They felt that this demon energy far exceeded that of the six-headed sea dragon, which had once brought despair to the human race. Now, an even more terrifying demon appeared, leaving them wondering how to survive the demon calamity. This demon energy did not dissipate after its appearance. It lasted for 7 whole days. On this day, Guan came to the outer gate city, where rumors about the demon ancestor had already spread. "Have you heard? The ancestor of 10,000 demons, who founded the demon clan, has resurrected. He is the root cause of the demon calamity." The six-headed sea dragon was only one of the 72 great demon kings. There's still the demon emperor above him, and now an even more powerful demon ancestor appears. What are we going to do? With Senior Xian Tianyi, Taoist Lord, and the 9 great cultivators of the world, we still have a sliver of hope. These people are formidable, but who can kill the demon emperor and the demon ancestor? No matter what, even the great cultivators have returned from overseas to aid us. How can we, the people who cultivate immortality, be afraid? We will fight to the death with no regrets. Even the Foundation Establishment Realm Outer disciples were stirred with bloodlust, ready to fight at any moment. Guan arrived at the edge of the heavenly repair platform and saw Di Xie, the son of the demon emperor, not comprehending sword enlightenment, but standing by the platform, looking at the sky, seeming deep in thought. The sky was covered with surging dark clouds, and the snow was falling heavily, as if to obscure the vast world. Guan also looked up, raising his right hand to catch a flake of snow. The snowflake melted instantly upon touching his hand, dissipating into wisps of white vapor. Loose immortal. Guan silently thought in his heart, judging the cultivation level of the demon ancestor. Indeed terrifying. If Xian Tianyi and Taoist Lord had not returned, the human race of the 3 dynasties, having only mystic heart realm cultivators, how could they resist the loose immortal realm demon ancestor? Even if those 2 returned, they could not possibly be a match for the demon ancestor. The gap in cultivation levels was too vast enough for the demon ancestor to easily crush them. Under Guan's gaze, the dark clouds in the sky actually formed the outline of 2 gigantic eyes, overlooking all beings with oppressive power. More and more people noticed the abnormality in the sky. As they looked up, all were terrified. Before these eyes, all beings felt their insignificance. They inexplicably thought of a name. Demon ancestor. The outer gate city quickly fell into extreme silence and oppression. Humph. So what if it's the demon ancestor? I, Xian Tianyi, will surely vanquish it. Watch closely, everyone, this world is ruled by humans. Xian Tianyi's domineering voice resounded through the supreme sect, like thunder, echoing for a long time, making everyone who heard it enthusiastic with boiling blood. Guan smiled upon hearing this. One had to admit, Xian Tianyi indeed possessed the bearing of a savior. In this regard, LV Baiyan was inferior to him. LV Baiyan was domineering in management, but Xian Tianyi had an unmatched sharpness, a sharpness that could bring people endless power in times of calamity. Guan could feel Xian Tianyi flying out of the supreme sect, heading towards the northern territory. He turned and left. Countless demons were coming south, and it wouldn't be long before the great calamity of demons would fully erupt. Let them fight first. Only after experiencing despair can one truly cherish peace. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, Nianchu Cave. At a stone table, Guan was drinking, while Tian Yaoer squatted on a stone stool, barefoot, looking up at the sky nervously. At this moment, countless demons were passing by Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, heading south, causing Nianchu Cave to tremble slightly. Tian Yaoer looked at Guan, furrowing her brows, and asked, "Master, I don't know why, but I am very angry and want to tear things apart. I have never felt this way before." Guan also felt a force. The demons of the demon land were continuously going berserk, losing their minds. This was not caused by the commands of the demon emperor or the demon ancestor. There was an eerie force affecting the demons in the dark. Specifically, it was affecting the demons of the demon land. Guan could feel that this force did not extend to the demon creatures in the lands of the three dynasties. He was very curious about what kind of force could influence so many demons. Could it be the blood of the demon ancestor? He remembered that the demons on this continent were derived from the blood of the demon ancestor. That's because your cultivation level is not high enough. Do you want to be controlled by other demons in the future? Guan asked expressionlessly. He was watching the grand procession of demons. No matter which direction his divine sense probed, it was filled with countless demons, making one's scalp tingle. Tian Yaoer shook her head and said, "I don't want to be controlled by other demons. I will only let Master control me." Guan did not respond but stood up. He was preparing to strengthen the restrictions in his cave to prevent Tian Yaoer from going berserk and destroying his medicinal herbs. At the same time, in the northern territory of the Great Jiang Dynasty, on the battlefield where the battle with the six-headed sea dragon took place, numerous factions had established large bases at the edge of the canyons spanning across the ground. LV Baiyan hovered in the air, looking at the horizon with a serious expression. On the other side of the canyon, demon energy pervaded, darkening the skies, like a different world from the one the cultivators were in. Ji Hantian flew to LV Baiyan's side, saying solemnly, "This battle is unlikely to last for many days." LV Baiyan glanced at him and asked, "Isn't the Ji family planning to withdraw?" "Yes, most of the disciples have already left the supreme sect." "Then why are you here?" "Because I am the vice sect leader of the supreme sect. Anyone can leave, but not us." Ji Hantian looked far away, his gaze calm, yet his words carried immense strength. LV Baiyan shook his head and laughed, then looked towards the horizon alongside him. The demon fog surged at the horizon, like an abyssal storm gradually approaching, with the oppressive feeling of countless demon energies converging. Tianwei Dynasty, the former land of the Chintang Dynasty, in a forest around Three Pure Ones Mountain. Su Han sat under a tree, caressing the bone sword in his hand. The 9 nether 13 evils scattered around, and the ghost mother of Ephemera sat on a coffin, resting with her eyes closed. Li Sanyu spoke, "Ghost mother, all the great cultivators of Three Pure Ones Mountain have gone to the northern territory. When do we strike?" The ghost mother of Ephemera replied with closed eyes, "No rush, wait for the battle to break out." Su Han looked up at her and asked, "This time, who is our target?" "Prince of Taizong, Leah." The ghost mother of Ephemera uttered the name. Su Han couldn't help but frown. He knew Leah had a close relationship with Guan. He asked, "Why him?" He also mastered the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. The Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword of the Li family was passed down from our ephemera sect. Although and how prevented us from taking Heavenly Palace Mountain, his appearance gave me an idea. That is to let you also acquire the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. The sword intent of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword can cover the strength of all beings, perhaps better unleashing the power of the hateful Heaven Divine Sword. The ghost mother of ephemera's tone was exceedingly calm, as if Li Ye were already a dead man. Su Han took a deep breath and said, "Choose someone else. There are other Li family disciples. I don't want to deal with Li Ye. Only he knows the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword in the Li family. Not even Li Xuanmiao of Three Pure Ones Mountain can use it. No, Li Ye is my martial uncle. I can't do it," Su Han said solemnly, showing a rare strong stance against the ghost mother of ephemera. The ghost mother of ephemera opened her eyes, her hollow gaze falling on him. Even in broad daylight, it instinctively made him avoid her eyes. The 9 Nether 13 Evil remained silent, all watching Su Han with amusement. The ghost mother of ephemera slowly spoke. "If you don't want to deal with Li Ye, fine, but you must be prepared to rumble." A thunderbolt flashed across the sky, startling the ghost mother of ephemera, Su Han, and the others to look up. They saw thunderclouds rapidly gathering at the horizon, intertwined with lightning, and a colossal figure appeared in the cloud sea. "Taoist of immortality, it is time to settle our scores," an ancient voice echoed, coming from the mysterious presence within the thunderclouds. Far away in the mystic valley of the Supreme Sect, Guan was observing the 3 dynasties' lands with his divine sense. He discovered that numerous ancient ruins and perilous places across the 3 dynasties' lands revealed signs of spatial formations, transmitting many demons into the interior. These teleportation arrays came from various ancient relics and deadly grounds. Guan was certain that the 7 Stars Spirit Realm was assisting the demons, and those ancient relics were likely left by the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. The 7 Stars Spirit Realm had indeed made a brilliant move. Chapter 177. The Demon Master appears. Di Xie's fear the world was in chaos, and flames of war rose everywhere. Immense demonic energy rose from all over the realm, threatening to engulf the entire land. The winter snow was colder than in past years. Guan donned a rough raincoat, transforming into the green hero, wandering the mortal world. In the mountains, within a small town shaped like a crescent moon, flickering flames, and curling green smoke rose. Black crows circled the sky densely above, their cries interwoven with the sounds of screams, wails, and roars, echoing relentlessly. Guan rushed out of the forest, leaping like an eagle from the cliff toward the town. Following his gaze, the town was filled with numerous demons and ghosts, wantonly slaughtering the common people. Some were gnawed alive from the feet by demons before they even died, a scene of cruelty and horror. In less than half an hour, only the sound of weeping remained in the town. Guan walked out of the town, shaking off the demon blood from his sword, then sheathed the Qinghong sword. Despite the anguish left behind, he did not look back. It had been 10 days since the revival of the demon ancestor. Battles had erupted in the northern territory of the Great Jiang dynasty, with Mahayana realm cultivators still engaged in fierce fighting. Not only the Great Jiang dynasty, but even the borders of Tianwei were also under the impact of the demonic tide. Although the Taitsong dynasty did not need to guard its borders, demons wreaked havoc internally, presenting a crisis no less severe than in the other 2 dynasties. The demon emperor had not yet taken action, nor had the demon ancestor appeared. Guan was naturally not in a hurry. Judging from the current scale, even if the demon emperor and demon ancestor were killed, the human race of the 3 dynasties would still suffer for a long time under the demonic turmoil. Rescuing people while accumulating lifespan was a rare opportunity for Guan. Guan did not use the limitless freedom step but flew by controlling his sword. Along the way, he saw many disciples of the Supreme Sect. Unconsciously, in the immortal cultivation world of the Taitsong dynasty, the number of Supreme Sect cultivators had reached 1/3. No matter where one went, Supreme Sect disciples could be seen, showcasing the rapid development of the Supreme Sect over the years. It was evening when Guan finally returned to the Mystic Valley. He sat at his desk, took out pen and paper, and began writing, using the act of writing to dispel the malevolence in his heart. Too much killing would foster a heart inclined toward slaughter, and seeing too many tragic scenes left him in a poor mood, necessitating self-adjustment. Though he was a wandering immortal, he had yet to possess the Taoist heart of an immortal. And he was shaping his Taoist heart. No matter how high his cultivation level, he was still a person who had lived for less than 100 years. A person's mindset needed to change gradually. Which true immortal had not gone through thousands of years of worldly tumult? As the moon set and the sun rose. The next morning, the bell of the Supreme Sect sounded, summoning the inner sect disciples. Though Gu An's status had already been elevated to the level of an inner sect disciple, he did not need to participate in the various affairs of the inner sect but only needed to focus on cultivating medicinal herbs. Guan went to the third medicine valley and began harvesting the mature herbs. Suddenly, he sensed a cataclysmic battle erupting in the distance. The immense pressure transmitted across millions of miles to the Supreme Sect. One of the combatants was Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi was fighting against 3 great demon kings, each at the Mahayana realm. Guan could sense that the demonic energy of 2 of the great demon kings was unstable, seemingly freshly broken through. Was it the work of the demon ancestor or some trickery from the 7 stars spirit realm? The battle among 4 Mahayana realm powerhouses was immensely grand, and the pressure shaken the cosmos. The disciples in the valley were uneasy. Ever since the full outbreak of the demonic catastrophe, even if they did not participate in the fighting, they would occasionally feel the terrifying pressure, making them inevitably fearful. Guan, however, remained calm and continued picking herbs. Currently, relying solely on the herbs from the Mystic Valley, 8 Scenic Caves, 3rd Medicine Valley, Tianya Valley, Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Nianchu Cave and Mountain God Temple, Guan reaped at least 25,000 years of lifespan annually, with occasional bursts. If the demonic catastrophe ended and the 7 stars spirit realm made no further moves, Guan would not proactively act against them. To him, the longer time dragged on, the greater the benefit. After Guan finished harvesting the herbs, just as he was about to leave, he sensed something, and his gaze turned toward the direction of the outer gate city. He gave some instructions to Xiaochuan, then flew towards the outer gate city. Half an hour later, Guan arrived at the edge of the heavenly repair platform, looking towards Xie. Xie was meditating beneath the 2 characters, righteous path, striving to comprehend sword intent. Over the years, Guan could feel that a sword intent had already accumulated within him. A demon practicing the sword, a sword demon? Guan mused silently, his gaze shifting to the others on the heavenly repair platform, constantly performing lifespan detection. He waited for someone to arrive. Specifically, he waited for a demon. After a while, a figure stepped onto the heavenly repair platform, passing right in front of Guan. Demon Master, Nirvana Realm 2nd Layer 30290/90,000/170000, Nirvana Realm 2nd Layer. Demon Master. Guan recognized the existence of the Demon Master, a peerless great demon second only to the Demon Emperor in the Demon Land. To the Black Crow Demon Envoy, the Demon Master was unfathomable, his cultivation level unknown. The Demon Master certainly had another name, but the name shown in the lifespan detection may have used an alias, just as Li Xuanmiao appeared as Sage Xianmiao. Guan speculated it related to the name's renown. Most people only knew Sage Xianmiao's name but not Li Xuanmiao's, hence the lifespan detection showed the name Sage Xianmiao. The Demon Master had transformed into a middle-aged man in plain robes, with a refined and handsome appearance, devoid of any demonic energy. His cultivation seemed only at the core formation realm. He did not notice Guan, distracted by the numerous cultivators on both sides. He walked straight towards Xie, eventually standing behind him, silently observing the 2 characters, righteous path. After a while, the Demon Master spoke, admiringly, "What a domineering sword intent! The sword Venerable Fudao lives up to his name." Xie suddenly opened his eyes, turning to look at him, an incredulous expression on his face. He quickly stood up, facing him, and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" The surrounding cultivators only glanced at them briefly, showing little concern. The demon master chuckled lightly, saying, "I came to see you, and to check out the supreme sect." Xie took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew the demon master's strength. His father had said that even 72 great demon kings together could not match the demon master. In other words, the demon master's realm exceeded the Mahayana realm. Although the supreme sect had the enigmatic great cultivator sword Venerable Fudao, if a fight broke out, it would definitely level the supreme sect. Living in the supreme sect for so many years, Xie had grown fond of it and did not wish for its early demise. The demon master surveyed the heavenly repair platform, smiling. The supreme sect is truly magnificent. No wonder it harbors the heavenly destiny. Heavenly destiny? What heavenly destiny? Xie asked, frowning. He was cautious, fearing someone would discover the demon master's true identity. The demon master chuckled, saying, "In my calculations, the celestial order has changed, yet I cannot discern the reason for the shift in heavenly destiny. But I found that the celestial order of the human race in the 3 dynasties has altered, with the supreme sect undergoing the most significant change." Xie asked in a low voice, "What is your purpose in coming here?" The demon master grinned, his smile growing increasingly sinister and cold. They did not notice someone leaving the heavenly repair platform. Guan arrived in an alley, then instantly appeared in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion in the North Sea mountain range. He stood under the heart-clearing tree, pulled the heaven-cutting axe from the ground, then flashed to a mountaintop miles away. He raised the heaven-cutting axe, aiming it at the heavenly repair platform of the supreme sect. This axe left in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion was a waste, better to leave a legacy for the supreme sect. After aiming, he lightly tossed the heaven-cutting axe. Though it seemed casual, the moment the axe left his hand, it erupted with terrifying power. The space visibly distorted, creating a strong visual impact. The violent wind crushed all the surrounding forests, even dispersing the clouds in the sky. The wind stirred Guan's black hair. He smiled, his divine sense trailing the heaven-cutting axe. On the heavenly repair platform, facing Xie's inquiry, the demon master spread his hands, smiling. "What purpose could I have?" "It's just, suddenly." His face changed dramatically. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but his reaction was a moment too slow. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, an axe fell from the sky, striking the demon master. Blood and flesh splattered, instantly drenching Xie in blood. Xie stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes widening in shock. The surrounding cultivators were also splattered with blood. The terrifying blast wave sent everyone except Xie flying. The heavenly repair platform shook violently, startling everyone, who all turned their heads to look. Everyone was terrified at the sight, seeing a black axe embedded in the heavenly repair platform with a pool of mangled flesh beneath the blade. The axe blade was surrounded by wisps of strength energy, burning like flames. Blood bubbles formed at the base of the axe blade, with demon energy continuously emerging. Gradually, a skeleton appeared, its specific race indistinguishable, but it was definitely not human. Xie still stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to move. One by one, figures appeared out of nowhere, including the Supreme Elder, Xianquan. Xianquan's face changed dramatically. In a solemn voice, he said, "This is a demon, and one at a higher realm than the mystic heart realm." His words startled everyone. A great demon infiltrating the supreme sect? Oh my God, I just looked at him, wondering what he meant by heavenly destiny. Who knew he was a demon? What's the origin of this axe? Does anyone in the supreme sect use an axe? Carefully feel it. There's sword intent on the axe. Isn't that the sword intent of sword Venerable Fudao? Recognizing the sword intent on the heaven-cutting axe, everyone's panic turned into excitement and joy. The sword Venerable Fudao was always protecting them secretly. Sword Venerable Fudao, Di Xie stared blankly at the heaven-cutting axe. The sight of the demon master's crushed body terrified him. The sword Venerable Fudao could see that the demon master was a demon, and naturally, he could see Di Xie's true form. Why had the sword Venerable Fudao spared him? Was it because he had not caused trouble? At that moment, Di Xie's reverence for the sword Venerable Fudao reached its peak. He was certain that the sword Venerable Fudao was undoubtedly stronger than his father. Without showing himself, being able to kill the demon master instantly was beyond his father's ability. Xian Quan stepped forward, grabbing the handle of the heaven-cutting axe, trying to lift it. His face changed dramatically. He began cultivating energy, causing the entire heavenly repair platform to tremble. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the heaven-cutting axe stood motionless, undisturbed. Everyone's eyes fixated on Xian Quan, the Supreme Elder's face extremely grave. Chapter 178 Xian Tianyi's shock ancestor Xian Quan tried to lift the heaven-cutting axe for a long time but couldn't manage to lift it. He had to let go and step back, which made everyone watching understand one thing. That was, Ancestor Xian Quan was far less powerful than Sword Venerable Fudao. Although they had already thought so, witnessing this scene still left them shocked by the vast difference between the two. How high was Sword Venerable Fudao's cultivation level? Just at that moment, the blade of the heaven-cutting axe emitted bursts of sword chi, hitting the ground, sending stones flying, and scaring everyone back. Di Xie had also woken up by this time, but his expression was very complex, and he was visibly shaken. The others thought he had been scared silly. Everyone stared to see two lines of words appear on the platform in front of the heaven-cutting axe. Whoever lifts this axe shall inherit its legacy. These 8 words made many people start breathing heavily. Immediately, an elder stepped forward to try lifting the heaven-cutting axe. On the other side, Guan had already returned to the outer gate city. He walked to the edge of the heavenly repair platform, watching the cultivators continually try to lift the heaven-cutting axe. A slight smile appeared on his lips. The heaven-cutting axe was forged from North Sea nether iron, which had been buried for millions of years. Even Mahayana cultivators would feel its immense weight without using spiritual power, and Guan had infused the axe with mana and sword intent. Only a loose immortal could draw this axe. No one in Supreme Sect could lift it, and Guan was not deliberately making things difficult. He would find a suitable inheritor in the years to come. In the meantime, he could eliminate the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. The heaven-cutting divine axe was one of the 9 great legacies of the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. Passing it on to disciples of Supreme Sect prematurely would only bring trouble. Slaying the Demon Master had extended Gu An's lifespan by over 6,300 years, a massive gain. The Demon Master's bones still lay under the heaven-cutting axe without disintegrating, implying the bones were rare treasures. Guan was not in a hurry to collect them. With the axe pressing on them, no one could take those bones. After watching for a while, Guan turned and left. Along the way, the disciples were still excitedly discussing Sword Venerable Fudao, not realizing he had just passed by them. Ancestor Xian Quan approached Di Xie with a serious expression and said, "Come with me." Di Xie, with his face covered in blood, came to his senses. He did not resist and nodded in agreement. 3 Pure Ones Mountain. On a cliff, Li Ye was practicing his swordsmanship. Wielding the North Sea heavy sword, he swung it through the air, creating gusts of wind. Compared to years ago, his sword strikes no longer felt heavy. Instead, they appeared graceful and elegant. The soul of ancestor of the Li family floated under a nearby tree, his gaze distant and his brows deeply furrowed, lost in thought. When Li Ye finished practicing, he looked back at ancestor of the Li family with pride and asked, "Ancestor, how is it? My sword moves have returned to their original form, haven't they? If I were to use my sword intent, its power would probably even scare me. Next time I meet in Hao, I might not lose." Ancestor of the Li family continued to be lost in thought, ignoring him. Li Ye walked up to him, waved his hand and complained, "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Don't bother me, In watching a battle, ancestor of the Li family coldly snorted. Liya couldn't help but ask, what level of battle? Unification realm. Liya lost interest immediately upon hearing this. He raised his North Sea heavy sword and said, stop watching. Nowadays, the world belongs to the Mystic Heart Realm and Mahayana Realm. Unification Realm is nothing. You'll reach it sooner or later. I want to go down the mountain. As he said this, his expression turned serious. Ancestor of the Li family responded casually, then go. Upon hearing this, Liya immediately turned to leave. Wait, where are you going? Ancestor of the Li family regained his senses and hurriedly asked. Back to Supreme Sect. Still worried about your junior brother Gu? What kind of spell has he put on you? Ancestor of the Li family frowned, his tone one of exasperation. Standing with his back to ancestor of the Li family, Liya replied, it's not for junior brother Gu. It's because Supreme Sect is in trouble. I need to go back and help. With the world in chaos, hiding here to cultivate, how can that be the behavior of a true man? What's the point of all the training bestowed by Supreme Sect? With that, he leaped off the cliff. Ancestor of the Li family did not pursue him but stayed where he was, mulling over his words. Gradually, a smile appeared on ancestor of the Li family's face. That brat has finally grown up. News of Sword Venerable Fudao slaying a mysterious great demon with one swing of his axe quickly spread throughout the immortal cultivation world, greatly boosting morale on the front lines. According to ancestor Xian Quan of the Supreme Sect, that mysterious demon definitely had Mahayana realm cultivation. The fall of a Mahayana realm demon was undoubtedly good news for the entire human race. In a grand hall of the great Jiang dynasty. Ha! My Supreme Sect is indeed powerful. Sword Venerable Fudao can kill a Mahayana realm cultivator with a single axe swing. His cultivation level is probably catching up to mine. Xian Tianyi, sitting in the main seat, laughed heartily. Liang Canghai, sitting beside him, also stroked his beard and smiled. Although Xian Tianyi's words were arrogant, no one could deny that Sword Venerable Fudao's actions were beneficial to the human race. Cultivators from various sects praised him. Among those present, the lowest cultivation level was in the Mystic Heart Realm. Even the sect leader of Supreme Sect, LV Baitin, was not qualified to enter the hall because they were discussing strategies against the Mystic Heart Realm and Mahayana Realm demons. Since the outbreak of the demon calamity, there had been demon informers within the human race. Demons disguised as humans lurked around, and some people even sought to defect to the demons to save their own lives, complicating the calamity even further. A great cultivator in the Mystic Heart Realm asked, why not bring Sword Venerable Fudao to the front lines? This suggestion received a lot of support, as many believed that if Sword Venerable Fudao joined them, their pressure would certainly decrease. A woman in black spoke, we don't know exactly who Sword Venerable Fudao is. He is merely protecting the Supreme Sect. We can't force him to act, nor can we pressure him with public opinion. She wore a veil and was a supreme elder named Fairy Sushin from the Supreme Sect. Her words garnered nods of agreement from the crowd. Someone brought up, Sword Venerable Fudao possesses the Demon Shadow Divine skill, suggesting he may have come from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. If so, he might have turned over a new leaf and thus cannot show his true face. In that case, we definitely shouldn't request his help. Liang Canghai then said, when the Nine Nether Road opened before, Sword Venerable Fudao made a move. I suspect he will do so again in the future. But he has his considerations. Don't forget, we still don't know how strong the Demon Emperor, Demon Master, or that mysterious demon ancestor are. Sword Venerable Fudao might be concerned with these matters, thus waiting in the shadows. The reasoning seemed sound to everyone, so they began to discuss the Demon Emperor and the Demon Master. An old Taoist from Three Pure Ones Mountain suddenly said, could the demon that died under Sword Venerable Fudao's hand be the Demon Emperor or Demon Master? Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Liang Canghai said solemnly, we must determine this matter. Whether it's the Demon Emperor or the Demon Master, their death would benefit our future plans. As we continue to fear the unknown forces in the demon land, our efforts lack effectiveness. Xian Tianyi spoke, "I'll go back and return by tomorrow at the latest." No one had any objections to this. Supreme Sect had only one known Mahayana realm cultivator. They couldn't send a Taoist lord to Supreme Sect, after all. Even the Alliance hierarch, Liang Tsunghai, agreed, so Xian Tianyi immediately set off. At dusk, Supreme Sect, Outer Gate City. Xian Tianyi walked up to the heavenly repair platform, his appearance causing many inner sect disciples to stare wide-eyed. This Outer Gate City had gathered a number of inner sect disciples, either to gaze at the heaven-cutting axe or to seek sword enlightenment, and most of them had heard Xian Tianyi preach the Tao, thus recognizing him instantly. For a moment, silence fell over the heavenly repair platform. Even the outer sect disciples noticed the change in atmosphere and followed everyone else's gaze. Xian Tianyi walked straight to the heaven-cutting axe. A disciple trying hard to lift the heaven-cutting axe was pushed by his friend. He instinctively looked at Xian Tianyi, his face changing drastically. He quickly stepped back and saluted Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi nodded slightly, stepped 2 more steps forward, and faced the heaven-cutting axe. He looked at the inscription on the ground and squinted his eyes. How domineering the sword intent was. Just by feeling the sword intent, he realized that he was inferior to Sword Venerable Fudao. This made him speculate even more about Sword Venerable Fudao. This person was definitely not cultivated by Supreme Sect. The reason he protected Supreme Sect might be that he was hiding there. His gaze shifted to the Demon Master's bones, carefully examining them, even probing with his divine sense. More and more cultivators gathered around, whispering. Quickly, even the outer sect disciples knew that he was the true inheritor, Xian Tianyi. This excited everyone. Was the true inheritor also going to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao's legacy? Although Xian Tianyi had gained much fame in recent years, in the hearts of many disciples, he still did not measure up to Sword Venerable Fudao. After all, Sword Venerable Fudao was deeply mysterious. Sword Venerable Fudao's eyebrows suddenly knitted, and his eyes showed a look of shock and fear. These bones were definitely not from a Mahayana realm. Their realm was even higher. Xian Tianyi had traveled overseas for years and had encountered great cultivators and demons in Nirvana realm, even immortals. Could Sword Venerable Fudao crush a Nirvana realm demon with one axe? Was Sword Venerable Fudao an immortal? Xian Tianyi immediately raised his hand, gripping the handle of the heaven-cutting axe. Heavy. That was Xian Tianyi's first impression. At this moment, Ancestor Shenquan and Lu Lingjun also arrived nearby, curiously watching Xian Tianyi. Lu Lingjun had also tried to lift the heaven-cutting axe before but couldn't even budge it, so she was very curious if Xian Tianyi could lift it. Xian Tianyi used all his strength with one hand but could not move the heaven-cutting axe at all. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, startling everyone around into retreat. The entire heavenly repair platform trembled violently, as if about to crack open at any moment. Everyone was shocked by Xian Tianyi. What kind of cultivation could produce such an aura? Spiritual power burst forth, creating a gust of wind around Xian Tianyi, even making his robes flutter and rustle. He even bent down, using all his might to lift the heaven-cutting axe. However, the heaven-cutting axe remained unmoved. How could this be? Xian Tianyi's eyes were bloodshot, completely lost in the moment. He admitted he was weaker than Sword Venerable Fudao, but to be unable to lift Sword Venerable Fudao's magic artifact, how could he accept that? His eyes widened, his aura suddenly increasing, his hair lifting, and strange cyan runes appearing on his neck. Chapter 179. Promotion to Big Brother, Immortal Legend, the Third Medicine Valley. Guan, who was sowing seeds, looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This Xian Tianyi was no simple person. This momentum was already close to the Nirvana stage. It was known that Xian Tianyi was only at the 6th-layer Mahayana realm. In the Mahayana realm, even a small gap of 1 layer was difficult to overcome. For Xian Tianyi to exude momentum comparable to the Nirvana stage, how incredible was that? Guan became curious about Xian Tianyi's cultivation technique. Previously, Xian Tianyi had already given him the cultivation technique, but he was too lazy to look over it. On the other side, at the heavenly repair platform, even after using the secret technique, Xian Tianyi still couldn't shake the heaven-cutting axe. Veins bulged on his forehead. All the onlookers were shocked, including ancestor Xian Quan and Lu Lingjun. To think that Xian Tianyi's momentum was so formidable, yet he couldn't budge the heaven-cutting axe. What kind of cultivation level did Sword Venerable Fudao possess? The more they thought about it, the more stunned they felt. Lu Lingjun's reverence for the supreme sect deepened. After reaching the mystic heart realm, she felt she could act recklessly within the supreme sect. Today's event showed her how far she still had to go. She shouldn't act carelessly in the future to avoid offending Sword Venerable Fudao. Several seconds later, Xian Tianyi's momentum dissipated. He slowly straightened his body and let go of his right hand. The world was silent. No one dared disturb him. Everyone could feel his pride and anger. They didn't want to provoke him. Previously, Xian Tianyi had touted himself as the #1 cultivator of the supreme sect, even the world. Today, he couldn't even lift Sword Venerable Fudao's axe, bringing great shame upon himself. Just as everyone grew tense, Xian Tianyi suddenly laughed, loudly at first, then thrown back in hearty laughter. Spreading his arms, he laughed. Who would have thought our supreme sect harbors such a formidable cultivator? I underestimated the world. I am impressed. Impressed. His hearty acceptance of failure relieved everyone. Even though he couldn't match Sword Venerable Fudao, he remained a figure of admiration and reverence in the supreme sect. Ancestor Xian Quan took a step forward to console him. Tianyi, you represent the future of the supreme sect. I am pleased that you can see it this way. Other elders also stepped forward to offer consolation. Xian Tianyi turned around, his robes fluttering as he laughed. Don't worry. If it's against our own, how could I mind? However, one day I will challenge Sword Venerable Fudao. Before that, I will first eliminate the demonic calamity. Upon hearing this, cheers erupted. More people began to echo the sentiment, and everyone admired Xian Tianyi's ambition. He held his head high, embodying the demeanor of a prodigy. Time flew by quickly. Night fell. Inside the pavilion of the Third Medicine Valley. Bang! Damn it, that was so humiliating. Xian Tianyi slapped the table angrily. One hand couldn't help but cover his face. Facing him, Guan found it amusing and said, Isn't it good that someone is stronger than you? At least the pressure isn't all on you. Xian Tianyi covered his face. I know. I just regret acting so hastily. I should have tried when fewer people were around. No, I should have given up after a try. Instead, I used the secret technique and caused such a commotion. It's just too embarrassing. The more he spoke, the more frustrated he became. Guan secretly enjoyed it. He took out spiritual wine and poured a drink for Xian Tianyi. Then let's drown your sorrows with wine? Drink. I swear to reclaim my honor once I become an immortal. Xian Tianyi said in frustration. He looked at Guan. Don't tell anyone about this. I'm only confiding in you. Guan said, Don't worry, we are sworn brothers. Your honor is my honor, I will naturally cover for you. Sigh, I wonder who Sword Venerable Fudao is and where he is hiding. Honestly, I really want to meet him and get to know him. Xian Tianyi sighed. Guan teased, If you knew Sword Venerable Fudao, would you be sworn brothers with him? Why not? It would give you another backer. Xian Tianyi laughed too. Could you call Sword Venerable Fudao your big brother? Of course, how could I ask him to be my little brother? And he is surely much older than me. Alright, from now on, Sword Venerable Fudao is the eldest brother, you are the second brother, and I am the third. Haha, deal, I think it's a deal. Xian Tianyi laughed gleefully and began clinking bowls with Guan was equally pleased, finally promoted from little brother to big brother. Although Xian Tianyi was over 500 years older than him, serving as a little brother to someone of lower realm felt uncomfortable. Now, it was better, he became the big brother. After venting his frustration, Xian Tianyi started to narrate how heavy the heaven-cutting axe was. You have no idea. Your brother really gave it his all, but that axe was as heavy as if the heavenly Tao possessed it. The more exaggerated Xian Tianyi described, the more Guan enjoyed it. He wasn't bothered in the slightest, even hoping Xian Tianyi would continue. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Xian Tianyi finally left. He had to head to the front line for battle and couldn't stay in the Supreme Sect for long. Guan walked downstairs, stretching lazily. Sunlight bathed him, making him feel refreshed. The sense of accomplishment from slaying the demon master was far less satisfying than listening to Xian Tianyi praise himself. Guan felt he could keep listening if Xian Tianyi kept boasting for 3 days and 3 nights. Feeling joyful, Guan began strolling within the Medicine Valley, occasionally instructing the disciples on their tasks. They could all sense his good mood. An Exian approached him. "Master, I've been practicing swordsmanship recently. Can I spar with you for some pointers?" She wasn't looking for a fight. She sincerely sought guidance, knowing Guan was a golden list genius, though the lowest among them. Guan agreed without hesitation, leading her to an open area to spar. The sun continued rising, symbolizing hope ascending. Days passed one after another. After the death of the demon master, no demon dared infiltrate the Supreme Sect, while Di Xie returned to the heavenly repair platform, indicating he had received the Supreme Sect's approval. Towards the end of the year, a piece of news shook the world. Sword Venerable Fudao was an immortal. This was revealed by Xian Tianyi himself. According to their investigation, the monster slain by Sword Venerable Fudao with one axe strike was the demon master of the demon land, an existence far surpassing the Mahayana realm. When this news spread, the world was stunned, then overjoyed. The morale of the cultivators of the 3 dynasties soared, and the cultivators from all over who were slaying demons and monsters also grew more determined. With an immortal backing them, the human race could surely endure this calamity. Staying in the Supreme Sect, Guan wasn't delighted by this news. Instead, he felt trouble looming. Now surely, the Demon Emperor, Demon Ancestor, and 7 Stars Spirit Realm's eyes would be on Sword Venerable Fudao. Fortunately, no one knew that Sword Venerable Fudao was him. As the winter snow began to melt, Guan headed to the 3rd Medicine Valley. He turned to look at his pavilion. There stood a figure below the pavilion. Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu looked silently at the garden area. Her appearance was extraordinary, with a heavenly charm. Even in a black robe, she exhibited an ethereal fairy-like aura, attracting much attention from the disciples. Guan stepped forward, arriving beside Ji Xiaoyu, and said, "Third Miss, long time no see, why have you come?" Ji Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze and turned to scrutinize Guan. "Foundation Establishment Realm, 7th layer, your progress isn't bad. Core formation is hopeful." Guan smiled. With such a large Medicine Valley, even a pig could reach core formation. "My progress is already quite slow." Ji Xiaoyu neither affirmed nor denied. The Ji family has completely withdrawn from the Supreme Sect. Do you not regret it? Regret what? Haven't you heard that Sword Venerable Fudao is an immortal? With him, the Supreme Sect will surely endure this calamity. Guan shook his head, showing an expression of admiration. He wasn't boasting but aligning with the current mindset of Supreme Sect disciples. Now, all Supreme Sect disciples took pride in Sword Venerable Fudao, mentioning him in every 3 sentences. Ji Xiaoyu smiled. Sword Venerable Fudao is indeed formidable. I also highly respect him. By the way, Third Miss, why have you returned this time? Guan asked. Wasn't she supposed to gather intelligence on the 7 Stars Spirit Realm? Why had she returned so quickly? Ji Xiaoyu said, I have returned to see Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan widened his eyes. Have you met him before? Ji Xiaoyu nodded. He saved my life. He is my savior. Before Guan could ask more, she continued, I want to go to the heavenly repair platform. Will you accompany me? Guan had no objections and agreed. Ji Xiaoyu waved her sleeve, lifting Guan with spiritual power, and flew into the sky. Lu Lingjun, under the mystic pure tree, looked up, frowning. Primordial Taoist talisman. Lu Lingjun seemed to recall something, her thoughts drifting into memories. Soon, Guan and Ji Xiaoyu arrived at the outer gate city, flying directly to the heavenly repair platform. Many people surrounded the heaven-cutting axe. Zuijian was also there, guarding the heaven-cutting axe, and said in a deep voice, "Each person can try only once. Do not offend the sword venerable, or you will be dealt with according to the strictest sect rules." He raised his sword, causing the surrounding people to disperse. His sword had once received the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao, making his name widespread. The Supreme Sect believed Sword Venerable Fudao favored him, as Sword Venerable Fudao had also saved him. Thus, they assigned him to guard the heaven-cutting axe, which he accepted as an honor. Even when his son, Zuolin, approached, he would sternly reprimand him. After the crowd dispersed, he took out investiture of the gods. Guan and Ji Xiaoyu arrived before the heaven-cutting axe. Zuijin glanced at them. "Nephew Gu, you can only try once." His tone was indifferent, but Guan didn't get angry, finding it amusing instead. This guy was too interesting. Ji Xiaoyu didn't immediately touch the heaven-cutting axe. She said, "The heaven-cutting axe was forged by ancestor Xian Tian. The purpose of forging this axe was to better execute a set of axe techniques called the heaven-cutting divine axe. When perfected, the heaven-cutting divine axe could split the sky and was one of the 9 inheritances of the Holy Land. Perhaps lifting the heaven-cutting axe could lead to the inheritance of the heaven-cutting divine axe." Upon hearing this, Zuolin couldn't help but look at her. Zuolin naturally recognized her. He had attended the Ji family's grand banquet. However, since the Ji family withdrew from the Supreme Sect, he looked down on them and did not greet her earlier. Guan didn't expect Ji Xiaoyu to guess his plan. She had guessed it, yet why say it aloud? Did she not fear the presence of spies from the 7 Stars spirit realm? Ji Xiaoyu raised her hand and grasped the handle of the heaven-cutting axe. At that moment, Guan suddenly sensed a mysterious power within her. Primordial Taoist Talisman. This woman. She planned to cheat. Chapter 180. Evil Demon breaks the seal. Searching for sword, Venerable Ji Xiaoyu grasped the handle of the heaven-cutting axe, and she immediately felt its weight, a weight that struck her soul and filled her with an involuntary sense of reverence. The reason was Gu An's man at work. Realizing she couldn't lift the heaven-cutting axe, she immediately channeled the power of the primordial Taoist talisman. This was the result of her training in the 7 Stars spirit realm. Previously, she could only draw on a tiny bit of the talisman's power, but now she could channel it at will. As the power of the primordial Taoist talisman flooded her bones and muscles, her aura suddenly changed. Zuijian looked at her in surprise, and the surrounding great cultivators, too, were startled, their gazes focusing on her. Guan silently took a step back, avoiding being noticed by the others. Even if Ji Xiaoyu channeled the power of the primordial Taoist talisman, she still couldn't lift the heaven-cutting axe. Before the annihilation of the 7 Stars spirit realm, the heaven-cutting axe could not be lifted by anyone. After a while, Ji Xiaoyu released her right hand. Although she failed, throughout the process, she didn't seem as strained as Xian Tianyi, even when channeling the power of the primordial Taoist talisman. Her stance was steady, as if she hadn't exerted much effort at all. No one was surprised by her failure, only curious about the aura she had exuded moments ago. She turned and walked over to Guan, whispering, "As expected, I failed. Do you want to give it a try?" Guan shook his head and said, "If you can't do it, there's no need for me to embarrass myself with my cultivation level. Perhaps this inheritance tests not cultivation but a certain trait," Ji Xiaoyu speculated. Guan inwardly felt helpless. She had guessed correctly again. To avoid suspicion, Guan stepped forward to try anyway. He even gripped with both hands and lifted a few times, his face turning red. Zuijin laughed and said, "Nephew Gu, don't be discouraged. As long as the heaven-cutting axe is here, you'll have another chance. Just keep cultivating diligently." Guan quickly raised his hand in salute to him before leaving. Zuijian then picked up the investiture of the gods again and continued to savor it. After leaving the heavenly repair platform, Ji Xiaoyu and Guan parted ways. Guan didn't return to the valley but wandered around the city to relax. The world was still in chaos, yet the outer gate city seemed unaffected, remaining bustling due to the protection of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. An ancient hour later, Guan finally left the outer gate city, once again disguising himself as the green hero and acting chivalrously. Winter passed, spring passed, and another summer arrived. The death of the demon master didn't change the world's grand trend. The demonic calamity continued, with great demon kings ceaselessly emerging. Yet the demon emperor and the demon ancestor remained unseen. Guan's days became very busy. Besides picking flowers and herbs, he also had to descend the mountain to slay demons. Although busy, his lifespan increased rapidly. On this day, Guan had just cleared demons from a town and came to a small river in the mountains, preparing to wash the demon blood off his blade. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. At the edge of the North Sea Mountains, a group of cultivators were in fierce battle. Su Han, holding a bone sword, was fighting Wu Ju. The two exchanged blows in the sky above the forest, while in the distance, other 9 Nether 13 Evil were battling the great cultivators of the Zhou family. Su Han swung his sword rapidly, his murderous aura soared to the sky, and his brows knitted tightly. The opponent was just at the first layer of the nascent soul realm. Why was he so difficult to deal with? Now that Su Han already possessed cultivation in the divinity transformation realm, armed with the hateful heaven divine sword and the defying fate divine skill, he confidently faced any divinity transformation realm cultivator without feeling pressured. But this time was different. He couldn't take down this low realm cultivator in a short time. Wu Ju's punches and kicks were like the wind. With each punch, it was like the midday sun, unstoppable. His strength energy was domineering, even Su Han could not withstand it head-on. Unlike Su Han's surprise, Wu Ju was very excited, even letting out loud shouts. In the distance, Zhou Yu, watching the battle, looked satisfied. With a unification realm 9th layer cultivation, he alone held off 6 of the 9 Nether 13 Evil. The Zhou family specialized in physical cultivation, using their bodies as weapons. Zhou Yu wielded a knife single-handedly, his black robe billowing, each move grand and powerful, full of the spirit of splitting mountains and cutting rivers. Focus on the elixir, use qi to control the god, the body is the weapon, and the weapon is the momentum. Zhou Yu's voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth, like a rumbling thunder. Hearing this, Wu Ju immediately closed his eyes. His fists became slow but brought an even stronger sense of oppression to Su Han. Su Han dodged the fist wind, landing before a tree. He swung his sword quickly, sending tens of thousands of black sword qi rushing madly, lifting countless fallen leaves, attempting to drown Wu Ju. Wu Ju, suspended in midair, raised his right leg. The gusty, rain-like leg wind suddenly arose, countless leg shadows clashing with his sword qi. Boom! The air waves expanded violently, Wu Ju was forced back. He flipped in the air and landed steadily on a cliff. Su Han raised his sword to defend, without retreating, but his eyes widened involuntarily, and he couldn't help but ask, "Residual wind leg, who taught you?" Wu Ju opened his eyes, looked at him, and said, "Not residual wind leg, this is Gale Shadowless leg, taught by my brother." "Who is your brother?" Thinking that Su Han was from the Supreme Sect, Wu Ju said, "My brother, Guan, do you know him?" Su Han's face changed slightly upon hearing this, and he involuntarily lowered his sword. Seeing this, Wu Ju realized that the other might have a connection with Guan, and he said in a deep voice, "No matter what your relationship with Guan is, never target him again. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Hearing Wu Ju's words, Su Han didn't get angry. The days in Mystic Valley and the Third Medicine Valley were the times he cherished the most, even though Guan had once advised him to give up his cultivation. He didn't resent him, knowing the master meant well. But he couldn't let go of his hatred and didn't trust the Supreme Sect. "Ghost Mother, let's go, find other Golden List geniuses." Su Han shouted loudly, taking a deep look at Wu Ju, thinking this person possessed talent not inferior to An Hao. Such a genius being friends with Guan truly made Guan fortunate. Let's go. The voice of the ghost mother of Ephemera sounded, and Zhou Yu suddenly descended, disrupting their plans, making further fighting pointless. Hearing this, the 9 Nether 13 evil immediately retreated. Zhou Yu raised his hand, signaling the other Zhou family cultivators not to pursue. Wu Ju watched Su Han's departing figure and couldn't help but shout, "What's your relationship with Guan?" Su Han did not answer and did not look back. Elsewhere, Guan retrieved his divine sense. He could sense that the ghost mother of Ephemera was about to act against Su Han. Over the past 2 years, Su Han's cultivation level rose swiftly, but his aura grew increasingly unstable, potentially deviating at any moment. Now, Su Han no longer only attacked those hunting him but also hunted innocent Golden List geniuses, completely stepping into the demon path. Guan didn't dwell on it. After washing his sword, he continued his journey. The world was chaotic, some saving, some killing. He only wanted to extend his lifespan without violating his principles. In a dimly lit underground palace, firelight flickered, casting shadows on the stone walls. Huge stone pillars stood on either side of the great hall. A red-scaled little snake quickly slithered, arriving at the steps before it stopped. It raised its body, looking at the burly figure reclining atop the stone chair at the top of the steps. "Your Majesty, King Mingjiang has already breached the Tianwei dynasty. It won't be long before the great Jiang dynasty falls too." The red-scaled little snake spoke human words, its voice soft and charming like a woman's. The burly figure reclining on the stone chair was the Demon Emperor, dressed in a loose purple robe, draped in some demon beast's fur, with a necklace of skulls around his neck. His face resembled a human's, with red fur on his cheeks, eyes like an eagle's, thick black hair, and 2 sharp horns. He reclined on the chair like a small mountain, his form exuding a sense of terrifying power. The Demon Emperor gazed down at the red-scaled little snake and slowly asked, "Has the demon ancestor emerged from seclusion?" The red-scaled little snake replied, "Not yet. His demands have been increasing lately, even devouring the demons waiting on him." The Demon Emperor squinted his eyes, deep in thought. The red-scaled little snake continued, "Your Majesty, I think we don't need the demon ancestor's power to flatten the 3 human dynasties. If you can kill Sword Venerable Fudao, Shen Tianyi, Taoist Lord, and Taoist of Immortality are no threats at all. The demon ancestor is too strange. I have a feeling." "What feeling?" "A feeling that the demon ancestor is also a calamity to us." With that, it flicked its tongue, closely watching the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor remained expressionless and said, "Whether it is a calamity, we'll know when the demon ancestor emerges." The red-scaled little snake thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Are you planning to let him fight the humans first?" The Demon Emperor did not answer but instead asked, "Have you found out who is helping those demon kings break through?" "No, those demon kings won't talk. Your Majesty, you know these guys each have their own agendas, but I discovered something else." "What is it?" "The evil demon that has been sealed for 50,000 years is about to break free." Upon hearing this, the Demon Emperor immediately sat up, leaning forward, squinting his eyes, and asked, "Is that true?" The red-scaled little snake replied, "More and more demonic chi is surging from the ground. It's highly likely true. But we can't trace the evil demon's exact location." The Demon Emperor seemed to think of something and sneered, saying, "The demon ancestor revives, the evil demon breaks free, and many coincidences converge. This is no coincidence. It's a pity the demon master died too early. Otherwise, we could have tested him further. Speaking of which, he's also pathetic. Even after death, no one sought vengeance for him. It seems his so-called master only used him as a pawn." The red-scaled little snake remained silent, seemingly unwilling to comment on this topic. "You go to the Supreme Sect and find a way to send a message to Sword Venerable Fudao," the Demon Emperor commanded. The red-scaled little snake trembled upon hearing this, hastily saying, "Your Majesty, The Demon Emperor interrupted it and stood up, his terrifying demonic presence enveloping it. The red-scaled little snake had no choice but to lower itself, crawling on the ground in submission. At dusk, Guwen arrived at the third Medicine Valley through the teleportation array, his face slightly grim. Today's encounters and revelations once again refreshed his understanding of human nature, putting him in a foul mood. Since the outbreak of the demonic calamity, his disdain for certain people had gradually surpassed his disdain for demons. The war between humans and demons was a struggle for survival of a race, where morals and ethics didn't apply. But in times of crisis, inner strife among one's own kind was even more odious. Guwen walked towards his loft, where someone was already waiting for him inside. Chapter 181 The Foundation of the Seven Stars Spirit Realm. Black disgust demon King Guwen pushed the door open and saw Shenzhen sitting in his chair reading a book. He noticed that Shenzhen's cultivation level had improved significantly, so he threw a lifespan detection at her. Shenzhen, Core Formation Realm, 9th layer 130/760/2560? Huh? How did her maximum lifespan increase? Guwen remembered her maximum lifespan was just over 1,000 years, but now it had doubled. Could she really gain enlightenment from the painting? Guwen closed the door, then walked to the desk and asked, "Why are you here?" Shenzhen put down her book, smiled, and said, "What? I can't come? It looks like you're having such a good time with your Taoist friend that you don't want me to show up." Guwen shot her a glance and said, "I don't have a Taoist friend. Isn't the great cultivator in your valley trying to take you as her Taoist friend? She's highly cultivated and extremely beautiful. No normal man could refuse her." Shenzhen looked him up and down with a slightly teasing tone. Guwen raised his eyebrow and said, "I'm not a normal man. If she wants to be my Taoist friend, she needs to become an immortal first." Shenzhen laughed, saying, "If she becomes an immortal, do you think she'll still look at you? By that time, would you even still be here? You can't spend your days fantasizing about an immortal descending to favor you, can you?" Guwen sat down and laughed. "I'm a writer, like you. Writers love to fantasize, don't they?" "Makes sense. I fantasize about Sword Venerable Fudao appearing before me and taking me as his Taoist friend." Shenzhen nodded, then looked at Guwen to see his reaction. Guwen seriously responded, "What if it happens? I think there's hope." Shenzhen pursed her lips before continuing. "Recently, I've gained many insights from a painting and captured the aura of a supreme treasure, so I'm planning to go treasure hunting. Will you join me?" "Treasure hunting?" Guwen quickly shook his head and said, "The world is in chaos now. Going out is like seeking death. I won't go." Shenzhen furrowed her brows and said, "That painting came from the imperial palace of the Great Yu Dynasty, a gift from the former emperor to my father. It is said to be over 6,000 years old. I can sense that the treasure within it is extraordinary and not just one. Such an opportunity is seldom seen. I'm only sharing it with you." Guwen replied, "Thanks for your kindness, Miss Shen, but I'll pass. With my cultivation level, I'd only be a burden to you." Shenzhen's expression darkened. Just when Guwen thought she was about to get angry, her tone shifted, and she asked, "How is your relationship with Lu Lingjun? Do you think she is trustworthy? You want to invite her for the treasure hunt?" "Yes, I can sense that the place is beyond my ability to handle alone. She should be trustworthy, but I can't guarantee it completely. You should know, people's hearts are inscrutable. Can you introduce me to her? With you as the middleman, if she still intends to harm me, she wouldn't be able to face you afterward." Seeing Shenzhen smile, Guwen realized this was her true intention. Guwen thought about it and agreed. Later, he took Shenzhen to find Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun occasionally went out, but most of the time she stayed under the mystic pure tree, seeking enlightenment. After learning about Guwen and Shenzhen's request, she was indifferent until Shenzhen took out the painting, at which point she was moved. Guwen sensed a hint of Mahayana realm aura from the painting, indicating there truly was a supreme treasure at that place. Soon, the two women set off. Guwen rarely came to the mystic pure tree and decided to lie against the trunk, closing his eyes for some rest. He began recalling everything he had seen recently, the scenes of slaughter persistently replaying in his mind. Until evening, Gu-in left the third medicine valley. The moonlight was cool, and a ghostly wind blew through the mountains and forests. Ji Xiaoyu sat meditating under the tree, resting with her eyes closed. She heard footsteps nearby and couldn't help but open her eyes to see. It was none other than Gu-in, transformed into Sword Venerable Fudao. Ji Xiaoyu stood up and greeted him with a raised hand. "Senior, I have obtained some information about the 7 Stars Spirit Realm." "Go ahead," Gu-in said coldly. Ji Xiaoyu began to recount the information, and Gu-in listened attentively. She had learned that the 7 Stars Spirit Realm intended to seal off the seas around the continent and were establishing a dynasty in the northern part of the continent. That dynasty consisted solely of descendants of the 7 Stars Spirit Realm cultivators and had been around for 400 years. Within the 7 Stars Spirit Realm, their claim was that the Holy Land must not interfere with the evolution of the continent, but they needed to leave human lineage behind, hence the establishment of a new human dynasty in the north. This was how it had always been. The current lands of the 3 dynasties were also formed by descendants of 7 Stars Spirit Realm cultivators from long ago. The 7 Stars Spirit Realm was divided into 7 grotto heaven sects, the strongest being 1 Star Cave. The Ji family could only interact with 7 Stars Cave. Ji Xiaoyu found out that the strongest cultivator was the cave master of 7 Stars Cave, said to be an immortal, and within the 7 Stars Cave, there were as many as 20 Mahayana realm cultivators, and these were just the elders on the surface. Gu-in was also surprised by the strength of the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. The weakest 7 Stars Cave had 20 Mahayana realm cultivators and 1 immortal. How terrifying must the whole 7 Stars Spirit Realm be? The reason I came to find you now is that I've noticed the 7 Stars Cave is wary of me. While I was cultivating, I could clearly sense a divine sense watching me, so I took the chance to escape. From now on, it will be hard for me to return, Ji Xiaoyu said, looking at Gu-in. She knew that the information she provided wasn't much, which could affect her cooperation with Sword Venerable Fudao. Ever since she learned that Sword Venerable Fudao had killed the Demon Master with a single slash, she had faith in him. If anyone in this world could challenge the 7 Star Spirit Realm, it would only be Sword Venerable Fudao. Gu-in said, "If you can't go back, stay in the Supreme Sect. When the demon calamity is over, we need the combined strength of the 3 dynasties to fight against the 7 Stars Spirit Realm." Ji Xiaoyu nodded. "I have been to the minor heaven and earth of the 7 Stars Cave. They have nearly 2 million disciples, their cultivation levels generally higher than those in the immortal cultivation world. The 7 Stars Spirit Realm has become a world of its own, indeed needing the combined strength of the 3 dynasties. When you contact the Ji family, try not to alert the enemy. The fight against the 7 Stars Spirit Realm cannot be rushed," Gu-in reminded her. Ji Xiaoyu nodded. Then, Gu-in disappeared into thin air. Ji Xiaoyu turned and walked deeper into the forest. Approaching the end of summer, urgent news from the Northern Territory arrived. The immortal cultivation world ultimately failed to resist the onslaught of the demon calamity. The Human Race Alliance was forced to retreat, and the Tianwei dynasty was similarly affected. The human race had to resort to scattered warfare. Though the Taitsong dynasty was not impacted by the surge of demons, there were more and more demons within the dynasty, seemingly endless. The number of demons Gu-in killed each month kept increasing, and his lifespan had already surpassed 4 million years. Although it was still far from 100 million years, Gu-in was not fixated on the next lifespan ability. The threat from the 7 Star Spirit Realm was too great. As soon as a wandering immortal appeared on the continent, he would break through immediately. Even if his lifespan accumulated to over 90 million years, he would still break through. Lifespans are just numbers. Surviving is the most important. One day, Gu-in returned to the Mystic Valley, changed into his usual robe, and walked downstairs. He didn't head to the third Medicine Valley. Instead, he looked into the distance. He sensed a demon energy approaching the Supreme Sect, about 5,000 miles away in a forest, seemingly waiting for something. Tens of thousands of miles further, another stronger demon energy was approaching. It seemed there would be some excitement tonight. As dusk approached, Xie left the city and headed towards the demon energy. An ancient hour later, under the cover of night, Xie arrived in the forest and looked at the red-scaled little snake on the branch, frowning as he asked, "Why are you here? Where is the Black Crow demon envoy?" The red-scaled little snake replied, "After he came to find you, he disappeared. He was likely killed by Sword Venerable Fudao." Upon hearing this, Xie's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why he was still alive. Sword Venerable Fudao must have heard what he said and thus spared him. How terrifying was Sword Venerable Fudao? They had concealed their demon energy and stayed outside the Supreme Sect, yet Sword Venerable Fudao still noticed? Since that's the case, why do you dare show up? Xie sneered. The red-scaled little snake said, "His Majesty sent me. He wants me to deliver a message to Sword Venerable Fudao about the demon calamity, but I don't know where Sword Venerable Fudao is." "So you called me out? Don't tell me you think I've met Sword Venerable Fudao?" Xie scoffed. The red-scaled little snake flicked its tongue and said, "Xie, there's no need to hold such animosity towards your father. Most of the time, he is helpless. Do you think it was your father's idea to resurrect the demon ancestor? Wasn't it? Could the demon master have forced my father?" "Exactly, he could." The red-scaled little snake's answer made Xie frown. It continued, "The demon master's cultivation level is indeed lower than His Majesty's, but there are more powerful beings behind him that His Majesty does not dare provoke. Moreover, His Majesty has lost control over the demon calamity. If you leave the Supreme Sect and see for yourself, you will understand that the demons invading the human race have all turned into demons, with violent temperaments, including the great demon kings." Xie fell into silence. The red-scaled little snake went on. "The demon master said that the demon ancestor is only a soul shell without self-awareness, but this is not true. His Majesty cannot control the demon ancestor, nor can he control the world's demons. His Majesty worries that the demon calamity targets not just the human race but also the demon clan." Xie took a deep breath and asked, "So he wants to talk with Sword Venerable Fudao to deal with the demon calamity together?" "Correct," the red-scaled little snake answered. It was about to speak when it suddenly turned its head towards the depths of the forest on the western side, asking, "Who's there?" Xie also turned to look, seeing a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. When the two demons saw the true form of the newcomer, their faces changed drastically. The red-scaled little snake even trembled all over. "Black Disgust Demon King Thu," the red-scaled little snake said tremulously, filled with fear. Xie was equally tense. A man in red emerged from the darkness, his hair disheveled and his feet bare. He looked like a human with no demon traits, except for his pale complexion and the sinister air between his brows. The Black Disgust Demon King revealed a sinister smile and mockingly said, "The demon calamity has been ongoing for so long, and the demon emperor has yet to make a move. I was curious about the reason, so I followed you to the Supreme Sect. I didn't expect that His Majesty intends to yield to humans. I will not allow it, tonight." His words were abruptly cut off by a hand suddenly resting on his shoulder. Chapter 182. Too frightening. The Black Disgust Demon King felt his right shoulder being pressed. Instinctively, he wanted to leap away, but his demonic power instantly solidified, making it impossible to move. His expression changed drastically, and a sense of panic instinctively arose in his heart. The red-scaled little snake and Xie widened their eyes. They saw a shadowy figure appear behind the Black Disgust Demon King, a mysterious figure shrouded in dark purple demonic aura. Sword Venerable Fudao. Xie immediately guessed the true identity of the shadowy figure, his entire body stiffening with fear. He dared not move, but the Black Disgust Demon King could not move. Guan stood behind the Black Disgust Demon King. He initially wanted to hear some information from the demon, but then thought better of it. There was no need to listen. A soul search would suffice. Confirming that the Black Disgust Demon King had animosity towards humans was enough. The Black Disgust Demon King tried his hardest but could not mobilize his demonic power or perform primordial spirit emergence. With his peripheral vision, he vaguely saw a figure, and his fear reached its peak. Having lived for over 10,000 years, he had never been so terrified. Even when he lost to the Demon Emperor in the past, he had not been this scared. This was a fear of the unknown. The opponent suppressed him with one hand, shattering his understanding. He struggled to open his mouth to speak, but suddenly a terrifying divine sense invaded his mind, causing his eyes to instantly lose their luster. The red-scaled little snake quickly jumped down from the branch, crawling on the ground and trembling, saying, "I mean no harm. Senior, please do not kill me." Xie remained silent, knowing that Sword Venerable Fudao would not kill him, but the sudden appearance still scared him. This reminded him of the scene when the Demon Master was killed. What kind of cultivation level did Sword Venerable Fudao have? Even though the Black Disgust Demon King was not one of the 72 great Demon Kings, his cultivation was not much weaker than the Demon Master's. His domain was an area that Xie's father, the Emperor's father, could not conquer. Seeing that Sword Venerable Fudao did not respond, Xie and the red-scaled little snake could only wait. They dared not run. With the Black Disgust Demon King subdued, where could they run? As for attacking Sword Venerable Fudao, that would be seeking death. So this is Sword Venerable Fudao. The rumors are true, the red-scaled little snake thought in fear. It had heard that the Demon Master was killed by Sword Venerable Fudao with one axe. Although it seemed absurd and exaggerated, the fact that Sword Venerable Fudao could kill the Demon Master was enough to instill fear. When the Demon Emperor assigned it this task, it was nearly in despair. Along the way, it had managed to adjust its mindset. That night, it almost collapsed again. Too frightening. No, too terrifying for demons. This was scarier than meeting the demon ancestor. After all, the demon ancestor would not appear suddenly. The two demons waited for 2 ancient hours, with each second feeling like an eternity. At this moment, Gu's right hand ignited with cyan flames, quickly enveloping the Black Disgust Demon King. Under the watchful eyes of both demons, the Black Disgust Demon King was reduced to ashes in an instant, without even leaving behind his soul. You have successfully taken 7,090 years of lifespan from the Black Disgust Demon King, Nirvana Realm 3rd Layer. Not bad. It was worth coming out. From the Black Disgust Demon King's memories, he was a renowned genius among the Demon Clan. He once overshadowed the Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor later had a great opportunity and surpassed him. If he had not come to the Supreme Sect, he could have lived for another 70,000 years. Was it not good to stay alive? Why cause trouble? Guan thought silently, his gaze turning to the red-scaled little snake. The Black Disgust Demon King's demon core was now in Guan's hand. He deposited it into his storage bag for future needs. Unfortunately, the Black Disgust Demon King did not carry a storage bag or storage ring. This guy was too arrogant, having not used a magic artifact for many years. The red-scaled little snake hurriedly said, "Senior, are you Sword Venerable Fudao?" Although it had already guessed, it still had to ask because it concerned the task assigned by the Demon Emperor. Guan responded with a sound. The red-scaled little snake breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "His Majesty the Demon Emperor asked me to come, hoping to join forces with you to resist the entity behind the Demon Master and the Demon Ancestor. After the great demon calamity ends, the Demon Clan wishes to coexist peacefully with the human race. After all, this continent is vast, and there is no need for one race to be exterminated." "Who is behind the Demon Master?" Guan asked. From the Black Disgust Demon King's memories, there was no mention of the Demon Master's benefactor or interaction with cultivators from the 7 Stars Spirit Realm. However, he was a confidant of the Demon Master, a chess piece cultivated by the Demon Master, deliberately kept out of the 72 great Demon Kings to counter the expanding power of the Demon Emperor. The red-scaled little snake replied, "His Majesty said that entity calls itself the Heavenly Destiny Ancestor. Whether human or demon is unclear. Its cultivation level is tremendously powerful, capable of easily sealing His Majesty's demonic power. The heavenly destiny ancestor is likely a legendary loose immortal, 2 grand realms higher than the Mahayana realm. Loose immortal. It was the first time Xie had heard of this realm. He stood on the side, very restrained. Guan asked, specifics on how to cooperate? He needed to see sincerity. The red-scaled little snake said, His Majesty is in the demon land, inconvenient for initiating war, but he will send demons to support the human race. These demons are secretly cultivated by him, and at the time, they can fight as demon companions of the supreme sect, led by Xie himself. His Majesty can externally declare Xie a traitor. How many demons, what realms? 3 Mahayana, 10 mystic heart, and 1,000 demon troops, with the lowest cultivation level at Void Crossing. This statement left Xie astonished, looking at the red-scaled little snake. He did not realize how many great demons his father secretly cultivated. It seemed his father had long planned. Xie's face showed a smile. It was the first time he acknowledged his father. Guan also felt the demon emperor's sincerity. This force indeed could assist the human race. Seeing that Sword Venerable Fudao remained silent, the red-scaled little snake added, Since ancient times, demons exterminated humans, humans exterminated demons, over and over. Only the Holy Lands endured. His Majesty finds it odd and wishes to change the situation. To use a line from your Supreme Immortal Venerable's book, how can wrongs be righted if both seek revenge endlessly? Guan turned and left a sentence, Let him take you to meet the elders of the Supreme Sect. He walked into the darkness as if he had never appeared. Thank you, Sword Venerable, for your kindness. In the future, when the continent is peaceful, the demon clan will remember your grace. The red-scaled little snake shouted excitedly, feeling thrilled. Xie bowed to Guan his courtesy proper. For a long time, the red-scaled little snake sighed in relief, saying, Sword Venerable is really scary. That was the Black Disgust Demon King, and he died so easily, without even a chance to resist. Xie's eyes showed determination, saying, Just as you said, how can wrongs be righted if both seek revenge endlessly? In the end, the heavens are watching. Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao is the savior who will change the continent's suffering. The red-scaled little snake nodded in agreement. The autumn scenery covered the mountains and rivers. Guan wandered in the third Medicine Valley, inspecting each garden area, with an Exin accompanying him. A month had passed since the night when the Black Disgust Demon King was killed. The Supreme Sect remained calm, but Guan noticed that on the edge of the Supreme Sect, a large number of disciples were building teleportation arrays, with Xie among them. It was evident that the Supreme Sect was willing to cooperate with the Demon Clan. At this critical moment, the human race was constantly retreating, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The Supreme Sect planned to take a risk, counting on Sword Venerable Fudao. After a while, Guan stopped, giving an Xian a few instructions, and then left alone. Watching Guan's back, an Xian blinked. She felt that her master's presence had become even more outstanding, giving her an indescribable feeling. It was this presence that made her increasingly cling to Guan. Seeing him appear, she wanted to be close. Even if they did not speak, she did not feel bored. Guan used sword control to fly swiftly to the transmission array platform and headed to Mystic Valley. After arriving in Mystic Valley, he left quietly, not going to Tianya Valley but to another territory of the Taizong dynasty. In a forest, trees were toppled, blood and flesh everywhere, all demon corpses, a ghastly sight. Zhang Buku, covered in blood, leaned against a mountain wall, panting heavily, his long hair matted with blood-forming strands. His chest was covered with gruesome wounds, his eyes full of exhaustion. He had fought another fierce battle. Since the great demon calamity erupted, he often encountered demons wanting to eat him. Even those evil spirits would attack him. Practically every 3 or 4 days, he had to fight. Constantly wounded, constantly healing, narrowly escaping death, he was too tired. Many times he wanted to give up, but whenever he thought of Marshal Uncle Gus' encouragement, he found strength. gritting his teeth to persevere. I wonder if Martial Uncle Gu is doing well. Now that there are more powerful demons rampant in the world, I hope he does not encounter danger. Zhang Buku looked at his bloody hands, thinking silently. He had no family left in the world, not even friends. He could only think of Martial Uncle Gu to divert his attention and lessen his pain. He did not notice that above him, a figure was watching him. It was Gu and had hidden his presence, making it impossible for Zhang Buku to detect him with his level of Dao. Seeing Zhang Buku's injuries, Guan could not help but feel compassionate. Since their last parting, Guan occasionally used his divine sense to observe Zhang Buku. According to Guan's observation, Zhang Buku was kinder than most people in the world. He never bullied anyone or any demon. When encountering the weak, he would step forward, but few people or demons would accept him. Even if saved by him, they would part ways after a few days. Zhang Buku had always been seeking companions to alleviate his loneliness. No matter how many times he was injured, he never harbored resentment. The most despondent time for him was when he met Guan previously and wanted to commit suicide. With such a temperament and such experiences, Guan ultimately could not bear it and decided to help him. He performed the divine power of heaven and earth 9 transformations, transforming into a sparrow, descending in front of Zhang Buku. He chirped a few times, catching Zhang Buku's attention. Zhang Buku looked at it, a strained smile appearing on his face, saying, "Little sparrow, are you concerned about me?" Guan hopped forward and then turned back, chirping again. Zhang Buku did not respond, so Guan hopped forward again and turned back once more. This time, Zhang Buku understood. He endured his pain and asked, "Do you want me to follow you?" The sparrow chirped again. Zhang Buku, seeing this, forced himself to stand up and limped after the sparrow. He left a long trail of blood, and as the sun shone on him, the blood began to glisten. Chapter 183 Master Zhang Buku followed the sparrow, passing through the forest. Although his injuries were severe, his physique was strong. He had suffered such injuries before and only needed a month to recover. However, he hadn't rested for long before he began his journey again. The exhaustion rushed over him like a tide, testing his willpower. After walking several miles, he could hardly hold on and wanted to lay down for a sleep. The sparrow's chirping kept urging him forward, and he had no choice but to continue. Gradually, Zhang Buku's eyelids grew heavier and his steps became more sluggish. Guan did not help him, only kept urging him on. It was unclear how much time had passed. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Zhang Buku collapsed on the hillside and lost consciousness completely. Sunset and moonrise. A night passed. Zhang Buku's eyelids fluttered. His consciousness gradually returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. The sunlight falling on him made him feel warm. At this moment, a few small birds were perched on his body. Sensing his movement, they all flew away. Zhang Buku opened his mouth, feeling his throat dry. He struggled to get up and looked around, but the sparrow that had led the way was nowhere in sight. His brow furrowed, and he prepared to go downhill to find a place to clean his wounds. He suddenly sensed a faint demonic energy he had never encountered before, inexplicably compelling him to approach. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step forward. He walked around the hillside to the other side and pushed aside the weeds in front of a rock wall to reveal a rather small cave entrance. He began to dig through the soil. After resting for a night, his strength had recovered considerably. An hour later, he crawled into a tunnel. After crawling for a long time, he finally reached a spacious cave chamber. Upon landing, his gaze fell on a smoothed round stone in front of him, upon which a bright red demon core, the size of a human head, was placed. Seeing the demon core, a greedy expression involuntarily appeared on Zhang Buku's face. Step by step, he walked forward with trembling hands. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Guan observed the scene with his divine sense. That demon core was the demon core of the six-headed sea dragon. A demon core from the Mahayana realm, sufficient for Zhang Buku to defy fate and change his destiny. However, given Zhang Buku's current realm, Whether he could withstand the power contained in the demon core was uncertain. If he couldn't hold on, Guan would intervene. Under his divine sense's watch, Zhang Buku grasped the demon core tightly and began to cultivate, absorbing the demonic power. His body trembled incessantly, the scabs on his skin transforming into blood energy and dissipating. His face contorted, and his skin turned red at a visible speed. What is this pain? Zhang Buku gritted his teeth. Thinking of the hardships he had endured over the years, he was determined to seize this opportunity. He could feel the high realm of this demon core, possibly the strongest demon he had encountered so far. If he could obtain its demonic power, he would undoubtedly be reborn. His expression became more twisted, and his eyes filled with blood. Wisps of blood energy overflowed from his body, coalescing behind him into the terrifying form of a demon, the shape of the six-headed sea dragon, exuding immense pressure. By evening, Guan returned to Mystic Valley. Along the way, many servant disciples greeted him. Senior brother Liya has returned. Lu Jiojia said to Guan. Guan nodded at him and then walked towards the pavilion. From the moment Liya started his journey back to the Supreme Sect, Guan had sensed his presence. Along the way, Liya encountered many events, including slaying demons and resolving grudges. It seemed they would have a long conversation. Upon going upstairs and entering the room, Guan saw Liya writing at the table. Liya was already at the 9th layer of the core formation realm, but his lifespan had not increased, still at 1,550 years. Compared to Li Xiandao, he was not only less talented but also less fortunate. Fortunately, Liya was unaware of how powerful his father was and still carried himself with confidence. Guan closed the door and smiled, asking, "Senior brother Li, long time no see, what are you writing?" Liya looked up at him and said, "I'm writing a body cultivation method that can extend your lifespan for you." Guan was intrigued and walked over to see the cultivation technique Liya was writing. "How have you been these years?" Liya asked while writing. "Quite well, peaceful and at ease," Guan replied and then asked in return. Liya began to recount his experiences cultivating at 3 Pure Ones Mountain. After arriving at 3 Pure Ones Mountain, he discovered many members of the Li family living there. With the help of his family elders, he lived well and learned many spells. Especially his Taoist heart, which had become more solid than before. Now, when he performed swordsmanship, it carried Taoist intent, which, according to the accomplished cultivators at 3 Pure Ones Mountain, was very rare. Even a genius like Sage Shen Miao hadn't mastered it. Guan could sense the Taoist intent within him, a power similar to sword intent but more advanced. With Taoist intent, Li Ya's perception of spiritual energy in nature became keener, and he might even be able to capture the rules of heaven and earth. It seemed he had indeed gained a lot. After talking about 3 Pure Ones Mountain, he spoke of the events he encountered on his return journey. Liya also encountered many cultivators who took the opportunity of the demon calamity to commit evil acts, including cultivators from reputable sects, which made him very angry. "Now I not only slay demons but also people. Although many tell me that in extraordinary times, these people are needed to resist demons, I don't listen," Liya said coldly. He then looked at Guan and asked, "Junior brother, do you think I'm wrong?" Guan replied, "How could you be wrong? If these people were willing to resist demons, they wouldn't commit evil acts. By doing evil, they are a burden to the entire human race. I support you." Li Ya's face immediately broke into a smile, knowing his junior brother understood him. He continued to speak about his journey, and Guan listened attentively. Over the decades, Guan had made many friends, disciples, and even had romantic interests, but Liya still held a high position in his heart. They had both entered the Supreme Sect together, and before reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, Liya had taken care of him. This kindness he would naturally remember. Once Liya finished writing, he had also concluded his story. Liya put down his brush and looked at Guan, smiling, "Junior brother, I have come specifically to visit you. Tomorrow I must descend the mountain again. The world is in chaos. Senior brother can go and do what you must." I don't have your strength and can only plant herbs in Medicine Valley. I will pray for you, wishing you safety, Guin said with a smile as well. Leah laughed. With you praying for me, I will certainly be safe. He then asked, by the way, do you still have contact with my emperor father? This matter had been hidden for decades, and Guin felt it was time to speak out, so he told him about Tianya Valley. I used to disdain him, but now his deeds have made me look at him with new eyes. Follow him well. If he dares to scheme against you, I will not spare him, Leah said with emotion. After the demon calamity, the three dynasties had ceased fighting, united against the demons. Li Xiandao even personally led troops to expedition against the Demon King, his fame growing larger, acknowledged more highly in the immortal cultivation world than even the emperors of Tianwei and Great Jiang. Oh yes, a wise man at Three Pure Ones Mountain divined that our Li family has a person destined for great things. That should be me. I might become an immortal in the future. See, isn't your senior brother impressive? Leah said proudly. Only in front of Guin could he reveal his true feelings. Guin curiously asked, what are the characteristics of a person destined for great things? Is it top talent or unrivaled fortune? Leah raised an eyebrow. Whether in terms of talent or fortune, I am the strongest among the direct bloodline of the Li family. How do you see it? I should be the person destined for great things. Or do you think there is someone else? You don't possibly like my sister, do you? How could that be? I haven't seen your sister for years. By the way, is senior sister Li well? Of course she's well, but wait, you just said you don't like my sister? Li Ya's eyes widened, and he began to bicker with Guin's senior sister Li was Li Xuanyu. Guin had once helped her manage her cave, and she had introduced him to other businesses. They had a good relationship, but in recent years, Li Xuanyu had been in seclusion in the inner sect, and the two had only met a few times, exchanging brief greetings before parting. Thus, it continued until the next morning when Li Ya finally departed. Guin stood at the window-sill, watching him leave. A person destined for great things. Senior brother, in any way I see it, your father seems more like the person destined for great things. In the cave, Zhang Buku sat on the ground shirtless, in meditation. The blood spots on his body had disappeared, and his skin had become even fairer. There were 3 black scales on each side of his neck, and eerie phantasms emerged around him, like the lingering souls of demons. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up, his joints cracking like thunder. Feeling his newfound strength, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Not only had his cultivation level advanced greatly, but his chi blood had also undergone a complete transformation. The feeling was truly wonderful. He began to stretch his bones. After a while, he seemed to notice something and walked to the rock wall, examining it closely. Heaven-cutting divine axe, Zhang Buku muttered. Having been on the run for years, he was unaware of major events in the immortal cultivation world and had not heard of the heaven-cutting axe, but he could tell that a mighty technique was inscribed on the rock wall. After finishing reading, he discovered it only contained the general outline of the heaven-cutting divine axe and not the specific mental method, which disappointed him. Just from its description, he could tell the heaven-cutting divine axe was formidable. If he could master it, he would be invincible. He suddenly sensed something and used his divine sense to inspect the rock wall. Bang! A vast amount of memory surged into his mind, causing him to become dazed. After some time, his eyes cleared, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had unexpectedly inherited the complete heaven-cutting divine axe. Recalling those grandiose moves, his heart burned with eagerness. He was impatient to start practicing the heaven-cutting divine axe, but he had no axe in hand. He glanced around and noticed a stone axe wedged in a crack in the rock, making him delighted. He pulled out the stone axe and swung it a few times, feeling it was too light. Nonetheless, he at least had an axe to practice the moves. He stepped back a few paces and then knelt, facing the rock wall. Senior, though I do not know your identity or whether you are still alive, what I have gained today is entirely due to your grace. From now on, you will be my master. I will never forget your kindness. Afterward, he began kowtowing heavily, his forehead bleeding profusely. Chapter 184 Mutual Appreciation, Su Han's Desperate Situation in Tianya Valley. Guan, who was picking herbs, smiled. He heard Zhang Buku's words and felt both comforted and accomplished. Senior brother Zhang, did you ever think I would become your son's support? Gu and his thoughts drifted back several decades. At that time, Qing Xiandan was still around, constantly engaged in alchemy and rarely coming downstairs. It was always Zhang Chuanqiu leading him, Li Ye, and Meng Lang in their work. Years passed, and of the original 5 master and disciple members, only Guan and Li Ye remained. Time flows, and some people and events are taken away by the years, with their traces gradually erased. Autumn leaves danced in the air, as Sunda, Sun Air, and Sun Sen followed Guan, occasionally asking questions. Normally, neither Luo Hun, LV Xian, nor Ji Rualai paid much attention to them. Only Guan would chat with them and even bring them some gifts whenever he came, so they liked him very much. This time, Guan brought them some spirit fruits, which were very tasty. Although the 3 monkey demons were demon slaves, Guan did not look down on them. Just like when facing Tian Yaoer, he was used to treating all living beings with an equal attitude. Moreover, in his view, even ordinary monkey demons had their own personalities and interesting aspects. Perhaps one day, these 3 monkey demons could also have their own opportunities. Guan told them about the current calamity of demons, depicting the evil deeds of demons and humans, guiding them towards virtue. Hearing how dangerous the outside world was, the 3 monkey demons gave up the idea of leaving the valley, trusting that Guan would not frighten them with lies. What he said must be true. LV Xian suddenly came to Guan's side and asked, "Valley Master, do you think humans and demons can live in harmony?" Guan squatted down and replied, "Why not? Before the great demon calamity, there was constant strife within the human race. There will always be survival struggles among individuals, but on a collective level, it is definitely decided by a minority in power." LV Xian was immediately interested and asked, "Do you mean that the calamity between humans and demons is not destined by heaven?" The 3 monkey demons also looked at him. Guan asked, "If in a mountain forest there were no cultivators, no demons, only a group of ordinary living beings, would there be a calamity sweeping the entire forest?" "No, there would be conflicts, but they wouldn't shake the environment." LV Xian agreed and followed up. "You mean that as long as the leaders of both races negotiate peace, there can be tranquility? Even if there is peace, the struggle for survival among living beings will not cease, but it would not be as terrifying." However, these ideas are meaningless. We cannot change the world's trend, so it's useless to think too much. Better to cherish the days we have now. Guan stood up and said this. Then he looked at LV Xian and asked, "Do you have something to do?" LV Xian pretended to cough and said, "I've been having some difficulties with the mystic tortoise surging wave palm lately and would like your guidance. My hand techniques were all taught by you. How can I guide you?" Guan replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he looked at LV Xian. LV Xian quickly said, "It's precisely because I taught you that I want to hear your thoughts. One doesn't need to be superior to guide another. Different people have different insights, and you might offer unexpected ideas." This explanation was reasonable and considerate. Guan said, "Then wait a moment, let me finish my work first." "All right." LV Xian stepped aside immediately. After a while, Guan handed the medicinal herbs to the 3 monkey demons and then took LV Xian to the attic. Without needing his instructions, LV Xian began setting up restrictions. Neither Luo Hun nor Ji Rualai thought much of it. Even though they all served Li Xiandao, they still kept secrets from each other, especially regarding cultivation matters, which should not be easily pried into. An hour later, LV Xian finally opened the door and left, and Guan was also about to leave. Staring at Guan's retreating figure flying by sword, LV Xian felt filled with admiration. This person was truly incredible. Despite having a cultivation level in the divinity transformation realm and extraordinary comprehension, he concealed his abilities to appear as an ordinary valley master. He had investigated Guan's background and found no deep-seated enemies. He even had the Ji family as his support. This indicated that Guwen had unimaginable patience and goals. LV Xian's admiration for Guwen grew, wishing to become someone like him. What's a moment of glory? Becoming immortal is the true goal. LV Xian also thought of Li Xiandao. He was the only one who knew Li Zuando's true cultivation level. No wonder Li Xiandao admired Guwen so much. It was mutual appreciation among those with grand ambitions. It amused LV Xian that neither knew the other's true cultivation level. He started to look forward to the day when both would discover each other's true strength. Autumn passed, and winter arrived. A major event shook the world of immortal cultivation. The Supreme Sect actually sent a demon army to support the Northern Territory, including a Mahayana realm demon king, causing an uproar. Countless people questioned the Supreme Sect's collusion with the demon clan, but with this demon army sweeping through a battlefield, the doubts disappeared, replaced by excitement. Successive reports of victory boosted the morale within the Supreme Sect. Yet, even so, the world crisis remained unresolved. The demon land's demons seemed endless, impossible to kill completely. Besides picking herbs, Guwen spent most of his time descending the mountain to slay demons. His lifespan had already surpassed 6 million years. This winter, more and more disciples were dispatched down the mountain, and the number of disciples in the outer and inner sects kept decreasing. Guwen could sense a terrifying demonic energy brewing in the north. Loose immortal realm. It must be that demon ancestor. Deep within the demon land, there might be a great cultivator of the 7 stars spirit realm. Therefore, Guwen did not act immediately. Once the demon ancestor ventured south, as long as he dared to step into human territory, Guwen would strike at once. The 7 stars spirit realm, claiming to be a holy land, would not directly attack the human race. One night, Guwen habitually used his divine sense to scan the world and was attracted to a certain forest. In that forest, Su Han was hiding in the grass. He had an artifact that could conceal his aura. The 9 Nether 13 Evil were patrolling within 100 miles but could not find him. Su Han's aura was unstable, indicating severe injuries. Had he fallen out with the ghost mother of ephemera? Guwen had no intention of intervening. He quietly observed. After 7 days, Su Han finally left the forest. During his travels in the mortal world, Guwen would occasionally keep an eye on him. Su Han was secretly investigating Zhen Qin. What was he planning? Guwen wouldn't allow Su Han to harm Zhen Qin. If Su Han dared to harm Zhen Qin, he would not stand by. Heavy snow fell, covering everything. In a mountain ravine, Yi Lan, Zhen Qin, and several disciples from the law enforcement hall were resting, each cultivating energy to restore spiritual power. Zhen Qin suddenly opened her eyes and scanned her surroundings. She hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked to Yi Lan, whispering, "Martial Ant, there is an issue with my cultivation. I need to undress, so I wish to be alone in the forest for a while." Yi Lan opened her eyes and looked at her, concerned. "Do you need my help?" "No, you know my cultivation technique is special." Zhen Qin smiled. Seeing her smile without any signs of trouble, Yi Lan nodded in agreement. Zhen Qin then left the camp. She continued walking through the forest, traveling several miles before stopping and looking ahead. Under a tree, a figure stood with its back to her. "Senior brother Su Han, is that you?" Zhen Qin asked cautiously. Su Han turned around, his face devoid of color and hair turned white. His bone sword was gone. He forced a smile and said, "It's me, come here." Zhen Qin hesitated but still approached Su Han. When she was only 7 steps away from him, she sensed being trapped in some kind of restriction, causing her expression to change. "No need to panic, it's my artifact, which can block divine sense detection, keeping the ghost mother of ephemera and the 9 Nether 13 Evil from finding me," Su Han explained. Zhen Qin breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining her distance, and asked, "Senior brother, can you really not turn back?" Su Han's face twisted into a grim smile. "Turn back? There's no going back. My hands are already stained with blood. Even if I abandon my cultivation, my enemies won't let me go." Zhen Qin saw his unstable condition and quickly asked, "Do you need healing medicine?" "No, I came to ask you for a favor." Su Han shook his head. Zhen Qin couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" At that moment, Su Han suddenly moved closer, pressing his right hand on her forehead. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized she couldn't move. Su Han's face turned immensely cold in that instant. "Senior, brother." Zhen Qin managed to utter 2 words before a powerful spiritual force entered her body, rendering her speechless. In the distance, in a town, Guan was swinging his sword to slay demons, his brows furrowed, eyes complex. He turned and continued to kill demons, while other cultivators were fighting alongside him in the town. In the forest, Su Han looked at Zhen Qin's panicked expression and whispered, "Junior sister, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Senior brother is at the end of his rope, destined to die, and wants to pass all my cultivation to you before I die, to help you change your fate." Hearing this, Zhen Qin's pupils dilated. Memories of Outer Gate City flashed in her mind. Back then, the Outer Gate wanted to sacrifice disciples, and Su Han risked his life to cover her escape from the city. Because of this gratitude, she had always cared about Su Han's fate. Though Su Han was infamous, perhaps wronging many people, he had always been good to her. Everyone could condemn him, but not her. The ghost mother of ephemera taught me the defying fate divine skill, wanting me to enter the 9 Nether Road. Though I don't know her final intention, my fate would be grim. In a secret realm, I seized a Mahayana Dharma artifact and escaped them, but I'm heavily injured and won't live long. The hateful heaven divine sword ends with me. I sought revenge, but the true enemy is elusive. Yet, I understand now that practicing the hateful heaven divine sword means endless enemies. Perhaps I've already taken my revenge. Junior sister, with our average talent, we are mere ants in the world of cultivation. Practicing the hateful heaven divine sword was my only chance to escape fate. Though I failed, my life was still worthwhile. Now, inherit my cultivation. Chapter 185. Hateful Heaven Ancestor. Listening to Su Han's last words, Zhen Qin's eyes were red. She wanted to stop Su Han, but she couldn't speak. Su Han continued to instruct, "I am only passing my cultivation to you. After I die, burn my body to ashes, and remember to take my storage bag. Anything related to the ghost mother of ephemera has already been discarded." Blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth, followed by his eyes and nose. The blood streaks on his pale face were so brilliant, especially in the icy snow, making it even more horrifying. Seeing Su Han's eyes turn into a pair of blood-red eyes, Zhen Qin's heart ached immensely, and tears kept flowing uncontrollably. Her robe began to flutter, and her cultivation levels started skyrocketing. The power of the defying fate divine skill is very easy to cause deviation, but this cultivation technique itself is meant to be a wedding dress. After passing it on to others, the power becomes pure, even able to cleanse their tendons and marrows, transforming them. Junior sister, thank you for still thinking about me. Su Han's voice grew weaker. Zhen Qin felt her eyelids becoming unprecedentedly heavy. Her vision started blurring. She couldn't see her senior brother's face clearly anymore. "Tell Master, I'm sorry. I disappointed him. He helped me establish my foundation. But instead of repaying him, I only caused trouble. Although this life has been extraordinary, there are too many regrets." Zhen Qin's consciousness completely sank into chaos. The snow fell harder and harder, as if the heavens and earth were lamenting. No one knew how much time had passed. Zhen Qin's consciousness began to wake up, and she suddenly opened her eyes, awakening as if from a dream. She found herself lying in the snow, with another person lying beside her, her senior brother Su Han. She immediately scrambled up to check on Su Han, but as soon as she turned him over, she was so frightened that she hastily retreated. Su Han was already dead, his whole body was purple, and he was skin and bones, looking as if his flesh and blood had been sucked dry. Extremely terrifying. "Senior brother, it shouldn't be like this." Zhen Qin sat desolately on the ground, staring at Su Han. She could feel an unprecedentedly powerful spirit power within her, but she wasn't the least bit happy. She suddenly threw herself onto Su-han's corpse, starting to wail loudly. When she flipped Su-han over to face the sky, she noticed that his purple lips were slightly curled, as if he had died without pain. After a long time, after Zhen Qin vented her emotions, she slowly stood up. There were still tear stains on her face, but her expression had become colder than ever. She raised her right hand, and with a gesture, Su-han's gold ring flew into her hand. She could feel the immense power contained in this gold ring. Even though she had been transformed, it still shocked her. This must be a Mahayana Dharma artifact. Zhen Qin's eyes turned back to Su-han. She bit her lip, her eyes full of struggle. Her trembling right hand lifted, a spirit power fire igniting on it. Are you really willing to burn the senior brother who passed on his cultivation to you? A voice came from the side, startling Zhen Qin. She turned to see a small figure in white sitting on the trunk of a tree behind her, wearing a mask. She was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but cry out in joy, "Mountain God!" She immediately knelt down, continuously kowtowing to the mountain god. Guan looked down at her with a deliberately frivolous tone, laughing. "What are you doing?" Zhen Qin looked up and hurriedly said, "Please save my senior brother, mountain god. He killed so many people, why should I save him?" Upon hearing this, Zhen Qin panicked and said, "How many people did he kill?" Looking at the world, which great cultivators' hands aren't stained with blood. The immortal cultivation world is inherently competitive. My senior brother didn't want to kill, but many people wouldn't tolerate him and forced him onto this path. He cultivated the hateful heaven divine sword. It's said that the greater the hatred of the sword practitioner, the stronger the sword intent. But my senior brother is not invincible in the world with the hateful heaven divine sword, which shows that his hatred is not that great. He also cultivated the defying fate divine skill of the ephemera sect. This skill can seize others' cultivation. If my senior brother had no bottom line, his cultivation level would be even higher. As she spoke, she became more and more agitated, releasing all her grievances. She felt aggrieved for Su-han. Su-han grew up without a mother. His father passed away early. He carried a blood feud and entered the supreme sect. The hateful heaven divine sword he cultivated was passed down by his father. What wrong did he do? Others hunted him down, shouldn't he fight back? Su-han never killed ordinary people, even to become stronger, he only killed cultivators. The righteous path of the world. Zhen Qin did not believe those great cultivators never killed innocent cultivators. Guan looked down at her and said, "The world has countless paths to cultivation. He must be responsible for his choices. Do you know what the fairest thing the heavens provide to all beings is? It is death. Since people have died because of him, he will naturally die as well." Zhen Qin wanted to refute but feared offending the mountain god. Guan continued, "You think he had no other path, and he thought so too. But if you think carefully, was that really the case? I don't think so. You both came from the same sect. Why are you living well?" After hearing this, Zhen Qin gradually calmed down. If you truly believe your senior brother was without fault, then you will walk the same path. This is not what he wished to see. Gu's tone became ethereal. The dead cannot be brought back to life. I am just a mountain god. I don't have such power. But I can take away your senior brother's body and leave you with a sliver of hope. How about it? Upon hearing this, Zhen Qin did not respond immediately. She hesitated for a long time, then said through gritted teeth, "Then please, mountain god, take him away. One day, I will find you. I will seek the method of resurrection." Guan did not oppose her. If Zhen Qin had one more goal, her future cultivation would be more diligent. He raised his right hand, taking Su-han's body into his hand, making it very small, leaving only a storage bag on the snow. Seeing the mountain god's miraculous divine skills, a grief-stricken Zhen Qin was too sad to be amazed. She got up and asked, "Mountain god, why are you here?" Guan disappeared from the tree branch, leaving a sentence, Who says a mountain god can only stay in one place? Moreover, I am not just a mountain god. Upon hearing this, Zhen Qin was awed, thinking that this mountain god might hold a transcendent position among the immortals and gods. She wiped away her tears and infused the gold ring with spirit power, causing the barrier to disappear immediately. She headed toward the place where Yi Lan and others were stationed. Her senses had already captured the aura of Yi Lan and others. They spread out, moving quickly, clearly searching for her. Inside the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guan placed Su Han's body on a stone table, looking at his apprentice's face, feeling a bit dazed. He thought of when they were in the mountains of Mystic Valley years ago. He guided Su Han in swordsmanship, and Su Han generously gave him the hateful heaven divine sword technique passed down from his family. He recalled how, when demon cultivators attacked Mystic Valley, Su Han stood in front of him without hesitation to protect him. He felt he had not owed Su Han anything, but in reality, Su Han had not wronged him either. Su Han had simply chosen a different path. Guan used his mana to start freezing Su Han's body, preventing it from decaying. The soul remained temporarily within the body. He had no way to resurrect the dead. This was the best he could do. During the freezing process, Guan detected something, raising an eyebrow. Su Han only transferred his power to Zhen Qin, but the hateful heaven sword intent remained in his body. Guan sensed that this sword intent contained many causal connections, one of which was very complex, reaching the loose immortal realm. How could Su Han have come into contact with a loose immortal? Could it be the creator of the hateful heaven divine sword? Guan raised his other hand, taking Su Han's sword intent into his palm, forming a cluster of blood energy swirling in his hand. After Su Han was fully frozen, Guan walked aside and began to study this sword intent. As early as the Nirvana realm, Guan could detect causal connections and observe the past decade of beings of lower realms. Now, his perception of causality was even stronger. In his eyes, causal auras constantly formed lines. The one belonging to the loose immortal extended from the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion to the ends of the heavens and the earth. Guan turned, using his divine sense to trace the line. They spanned countless mountains, his divine sense traversed oceans, finally landing on a vast island. On this island lived millions of people. A third of them were cultivators, and their cultivation levels were very high, with 7 at the Mahayana realm, 1 at the Nirvana realm, and 1 at the loose immortal realm. The loose immortal was hidden underground on the island, within a complex barrier. The hateful heaven ancestor has developed hostility toward you, and his killing intent is increasing. Would you like to perform lifespan detection on him? How does he know about me? Guan was secretly alarmed. He hastily dissipated the hateful heaven sword intent in his hand, choosing lifespan detection. Hateful heaven ancestor, loose immortal realm second layer 14809/25000/28000, loose immortal realm second layer. After a moment of hesitation, Guan disappeared from his spot. In a mysterious underground chamber, the hateful heaven ancestor, clad in a gray robe, meditated on a prayer mat. He kept his eyes closed, brows furrowed. Mountain God? Who is playing tricks? I didn't expect such a figure to be hidden on that continent. The hateful heaven ancestor muttered to himself, opening his blood-red eyes. He could spy on all sword practitioners through the hateful heaven divine sword intent. Su Han was too far from him, causing a delay in his spying process. The thought of the mountain god taking Su Han caused him unease. Moreover, it seemed the mountain god was deducing his causality. Has he transformed into a mountain god to evade the 7 stars spirit realm, or is he from the 7 stars spirit realm himself? The hateful heaven ancestor pondered with a frown. Su Han's death made him furious. Fewer and fewer people were cultivating the hateful heaven divine sword. The immortal cultivation world was well aware of its price, severely impacting his plans. For this reason, he had turned his eye to the continent. Unfortunately, in less than 1,000 years, the reputation of the hateful heaven divine sword on that continent also turned foul. Having finally found someone to inherit the hateful heaven divine sword, He naturally cared. He felt resentment toward the ghost mother of Ephemera and the 9 nether 13 evil, even considering exterminating those insects, but feared being discovered by the 7 stars spirit realm. Now, no one on the continent cultivated the hateful heaven divine sword. The more the hateful heaven ancestor thought about it, the angrier he became, even developing murderous intent. No, I have to go there myself and personally pass on the teachings. The hateful heaven ancestor thought silently, closing his eyes to continue cultivating. This matter could not be rushed. He needed to wait until the so-called calamity of demons and spirits ended before quietly sneaking onto the continent. He had already discovered that the 7 stars spirit realm had nurtured another human dynasty. At that moment, a hand suddenly pressed on the hateful heaven ancestor's shoulder, making him open his eyes abruptly. Chapter 186, Hateful Heaven Path. Demon Ancestor intends to head south. Hateful Heaven Ancestor had stayed in his cave for over 1,000 years without taking a single step outside. None of the cultivators on the island knew he was hiding there. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Even though he had loose immortal cultivation, he was still startled. He instinctively wanted to turn his head, but at that moment, an incredibly terrifying mana surged into his body, destroying his bones and tendons before restraining his primordial spirit. Behind him stood Groom, who had performed the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Groom pressed a hand on his shoulder, looking down at him. Although there was only one major realm difference between loose immortal and wandering immortal, the gap was vast. Moreover, Groom had 9th layer wandering immortal cultivation, while Hateful Heaven Ancestor only had 2nd layer loose immortal cultivation. Puff! Hateful Heaven Ancestor spat a mouthful of blood, and his eyes immediately lost their spirit. Groom began to perform soul-capturing skill to search his memories. The memories of Hateful Heaven Ancestor were too vast, so Groom only searched for memories related to the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword. A long time passed. Groom withdrew his divine sense and then began to use the 3 Pure One's true fire to finish off Hateful Heaven Ancestor. You have successfully taken 1,280 years of life from Hateful Heaven Ancestor, 2nd layer loose immortal realm. Watching Hateful Heaven Ancestor's body gradually turn to ashes, the heavy weight on Groom's mind slowly lifted. Being resented by a loose immortal put pressure on Groom. If he didn't eliminate the enemy immediately, he couldn't be at ease. He started examining the cave. It wasn't small. It was well furnished and even had a spirit pond with various kinds of aquatic plants. According to Hateful Heaven Ancestor's memories, he had no connection with this island. He had sneaked onto the island to hide because he had enemies. His enemies were from a sea-based sect called Star Sea Congregations. This sect dominated the ocean and had countless disciples, though Groom wasn't sure of their exact strength. During the memory search, Groom was very careful, fearing he might see other wandering immortals or higher realm beings. Immortal Path realm cultivators' perception of karmic forces increased with their cultivation level, and he worried that other great cultivators might notice his soul search. As for the strongest cultivator on this island, they were only in the Nirvana realm, not a major concern. Soon, Hateful Heaven Ancestor was burned to ashes. Groom began to inventory his belongings. His storage bag was of high quality, containing dozens of restrictions. If Groom wasn't present, even a 2nd layer demon beast could devour them all. Hearing the disciples' concerns, Groom thought they were reasonable and decided to go to the Outer Gate City to issue a bounty, inviting Foundation Establishment Realm disciples to protect the Medicine Valley, which made the disciples very happy. Watching them discuss excitedly, Groom thought of the scene when Qing Xiandan invited Chu Jingfeng. He turned to the north. He could feel the demon ancestor's aura had stabilized and was no longer rising, indicating the demon ancestor had fully revived and could head south at any time. Besides the demon ancestor, he also felt another aura. This aura didn't seem to emanate from an individual but from an entire land, vast and eerie. It should be the evil demon from Black Disgust Demon King's memory. The legend of the evil demon had been around for a long time. Black Disgust Demon King had only heard of it but never seen it. According to legend, obtaining the true blood of the evil demon allowed demons to revert to their ancestral forms. The six-headed sea dragon had once obtained a drop of true blood from the evil demon. Gu suspected the evil demon was also raised by the Seven Stars spirit realm. He stood there for a while, then headed toward the pavilion. At the same time, in the distant north, demon energy filled the heavens and earth, thunderclouds covered the sky, and lightning flickered, resembling the rolling of a sea dragon. The land was uneven, and trees were sparse. Bones, more numerous than trees, stretched as far as the eye could see, resembling a hellish landscape. The further north one went, the more bones there were, with even mountain-sized skeletons appearing, likely the remains of ancient species. As the bones grew denser, an enormous altar emerged. It stood on a desolate plain, over 20 miles in diameter, made of some kind of blue stone and covered with numerous ancient runes. Bone piles surrounded the altar, forming a white ring around it from above. 8 black lines, resembling chains, intertwined at the altar's center, where a figure sat. It was the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor wasn't as colossal as the six-headed sea dragon, appearing more like a human cultivator. He wore tattered robes, with long white hair hanging loosely, and his black fingernails were sharp as blades. On closer inspection, he had 2 additional eyes on his forehead, all 4 eyes pitch black with dark red pupils. He was playing with a stone sword. The blade wasn't long and was as wide as his arm, appearing ordinary. "I'm hungry." The demon ancestor suddenly spoke, his voice booming like thunder, accompanied by the roar of tigers and dragons. A figure flew in from the horizon, a bird demon with black wings. He hovered at the altar's edge, looking nervous as he said, "Demon ancestor, all the demons within 1,000,000 miles have been eaten by you. His Majesty has also gone south to join the battle. There's no food left for you." His gaze towards the demon ancestor was filled with fear, and he tried hard to keep his voice from trembling. The demon ancestor glanced at him, his eyes cold, causing him to immediately bow his head. "Who says it's all been eaten?" The demon ancestor's voice echoed, its tone lazy. Upon hearing this, the bird demon's face changed color drastically, and he turned to flee, disappearing in an instant into the horizon. The demon ancestor's eyes narrowed, and the space in front of him rippled. That bird demon suddenly appeared before him, and he grabbed its head, smashing it violently onto the altar. Blood splattered, and the demon ancestor showed a ferocious, cruel smile. He opened his mouth and bit down directly. "Ah!" The bird demon let out a miserable scream. The demon ancestor didn't choose to kill it but to eat it alive. A long time passed. The demon ancestor sat in a blood-soaked area, surrounded by black feathers. He licked the blood on his fingers, his gaze looking towards the horizon. It's time to prepare to head south. The New Year's Spring Festival arrived, but it was very quiet, not as lively as in past years, and the banquets quickly dispersed. In the dead of night, on Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, in Yenshu Cave, Gu was spending the festival with Tian Yao. While roasting lamb, Tian Yao repeatedly showed off the limitless freedom step, moving back and forth and occasionally using her innate divine skill to transform into various female demons. Gu couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Why do you keep transforming into female demons?" "I want to see if the master likes it." Tian Yao stopped and giggled. Gu commented, "None of them are as pretty as you. Stop transforming from now on." He was telling the truth. Tian Yao was already stunningly beautiful, far superior to the female demons who retained demonic features. Hearing this, Tian Yao was overjoyed and immediately pounced on Gu, clinging to his arm. After being affectionate for a while, she asked, "Master, can you catch a few more demons to keep me company?" Gu asked, "What kind of demons do you want?" "Just female demons, preferably young ones, easy to control." Tian Yao smiled. Gu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Now that the various zones in Yenshu Cave were running smoothly, he could capture a few demons for Tian Yao to assist her, ensuring she could focus on her cultivation. "Let's see if I come across any later." I don't like randomly catching demons, Guwen said, focusing on the roasted lamb leg in his hand. Tian Yaoer nodded and smiled. Master is kind-hearted and only saves demons. Being chosen by you is their blessing. What do you mean, kind-hearted? Don't use words incorrectly. Anyway, Master is very nice. You're the best person I've ever met. How many people have you met in your life? Oh, it doesn't matter. You're the best. Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. As she spoke, Tian Yaoer's gaze fell on the mask on Gu An's face. She really wanted to remove Gu An's mask but was afraid of angering him. Guwen handed her the lamb leg and then stood up, saying, "All right, you eat slowly. I have to go." Tian Yaoer froze and quickly asked, "So soon? Where are you going?" Guwen vanished into thin air, leaving a single sentence, "To check on another lonely demon." Tian Yaoer's smile instantly froze. Chapter 187 Immortal Path's Powerful Enemy, the Supreme Sect's Crisis Inside the Cave. Zhang Buku wielded the stone axe, continuously swinging it. His movements were fierce, his footwork mysterious, and his afterimages appeared in succession, making it seem as if several clones of him were left in the cave. Since he arrived at this cave and learned the heaven-cutting divine axe, he hadn't gone out again. Relying on cultivating the heaven-cutting divine axe, his chi blood rapidly strengthened, and he had completely fused with the power of that mysterious demon core. He didn't notice a sparrow watching him from a distant rock. Watching Zhang Buku's posture, Guwen felt gratified. This kid still had some talent. At least he hadn't wasted the effort of nurturing him. Guwen also noticed the change in Zhang Buku's bloodline. This change wasn't evolving towards the six-headed sea dragon but was another type of demonic aura he hadn't seen before. He suddenly thought of the evil demon. The six-headed sea dragon ingested the true blood of an evil demon, thereby regressing to its ancestors. Could it be that Zhang Buku would also regress to his ancestors? In fact, Zhang Buku wasn't alone and destitute. He still had a mother. But Zhang Chuanxiu had never revealed his mother's identity, making it impossible for him to find her. Could Zhang Buku's mother have an extraordinary background? Guwen thought silently but didn't fear too much. After practicing the heaven-cutting divine axe for a while, Zhang Buku finally saw Guwen. "It's you, little sparrow, you finally appeared. What is your relationship with the predecessor of this cave?" Zhang Buku asked excitedly. He didn't rush towards Guwen immediately, fearing he'd scare Guwen away. Guwen shook his head and didn't make a sound. The Heaven and Earth 9 transformations, brought by the All Things Form and Energy art, were indeed convenient. Not only could it transform one's form, but it could also change one's aura. Zhang Buku hadn't noticed anything unusual about him at all. Seeing the sparrow transformed by Guwen not speaking, Zhang Buku wasn't disappointed either and began to excitedly talk about his own unique opportunity. If it weren't for this sparrow before him, he wouldn't have had this encounter. He might even have been eaten by demons. Even if the sparrow had no spiritual wisdom and was unrelated to this cave, he still felt grateful. Guwen listened patiently. The current Zhang Buku was filled with unprecedented fighting spirit, and his entire essence, energy, and spirit had transformed. In Zhang Buku, he saw the shadow of an Hao. That was the aura belonging to a genius. Guwen suddenly remembered that when they were young, an Hao and Zhang Buku had fought, and that was an Hao's first failure since he began immortal cultivation. He wondered if an Hao still harbored resentment. After Zhang Buku finished speaking, Guwen opened his mouth and spat out the demon core of the Black Disgust Demon King. Seeing the sparrow spit out a demon core nearly 10 times its size, Zhang Buku's mouth opened wide. Subsequently, Guwen flapped his wings and quickly disappeared into the cave passage. Zhang Buku stared at the demon core on the ground in silence for a long time. The new year had just passed, but the land of the three dynasties had not yet welcomed the revival and was still shrouded in demonic mist and demonic qi. In the northern region of the Great Jiang dynasty, in a valley, cultivators continuously flew in and out, very busy. Xian Tianyi sat under a tree, his upper body bare and wrapped in white cloth, holding a white bone and examining it carefully. Ji Hantian approached Xian Tianyi and spoke. The Daotian sect has deduced that the demon ancestor is about to descend south. Are you confident? Xian Tianyi replied casually, Of course, I have confidence. Even if I can't win, there's still Sword Venerable Fudao. What if the demon ancestor is stronger than Sword Venerable Fudao? Ji Hantian asked worriedly. Then we all die together. Don't really think it's a battle for the survival of the human race. Rest assured, if we die, there are larger human forces overseas. Xian Tianyi said casually, raising the bone in his hand and squinting his eyes as if examining its surface patterns. Hearing this, Ji Hantian couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, You've been looking at that bone for days. What's so special about it? Xian Tianyi answered nonchalantly, My spells are so powerful that this demon king was reduced to ashes, leaving only this bone. It surely has something extraordinary about it. Perhaps there's a secret hidden behind the demon calamity. Ji Hantian was about to say more when a strong wind blew from the north into the valley, giving everyone a sudden shiver. Xian Tianyi couldn't help but put down the bone and turn his head, frowning. Such powerful demonic energy, how could it be? Ji Hantian's face changed drastically, mumbling to himself. Even for a cultivator of the unification realm like him, this was terrifying, not to mention the other cultivators in the valley. Such terrifying demonic energy, it feels like the sky is about to collapse. Is it the Demon Emperor? No, I felt the aura of the Demon Emperor before. This demonic energy far surpasses that of the Demon Emperor. It must be the legendary demon ancestor. This demonic energy is too terrifying. The legends are true, the ancestor of 10,000 demons. What should we do? We aren't going to fight, are we? Facing such demonic energy, I can't see any hope of winning. The cultivators in the valley had fought demons for years and had even experienced battles with Mahayana realm participants. Their Taoist hearts had long transformed. But even so, facing the distant demonic energy, they were terrified, without any will to fight. Xian Tianyi vanished into thin air. Ji Hantian immediately turned and urged the disciples of the Supreme Sect to prepare for battle. Far away, Guan stood up at the third medicine valley of the Supreme Sect. He didn't look north but looked up at the sky. The sky was blue, but the white clouds were dissipating. Master, what's wrong? An Exin, who was counting seeds nearby, turned and asked. Xiaochuan and several disciples all looked at Guan. Guan said, The clouds in the sky are dispersing. Hearing this, the others all looked up. Soon, they also began to feel suspicious. After the clouds dispersed, they didn't disappear but kept surging, like pieces of torn cloth being pieced together. Moreover, everyone noticed that the whole world became strangely quiet, with even the sounds of insects missing. 7 stars spirit realm, is it? Guan looked at the sky and thought silently. He could feel the space above the Supreme Sect fluctuating. A mysterious power had already enveloped the entire Supreme Sect. This power had surpassed the Nirvana realm, so the Supreme Sect cultivators hadn't noticed. The demon ancestor descended south, but another loose immortal was about to arrive at the Supreme Sect. It seemed the 7-star spirit realm had set its sights on Sword Venerable Fudao. Were they afraid that Sword Venerable Fudao would stop the demon ancestor from descending south? Under Gu Ennis' gaze, the scattered clouds in the sky gradually formed an array diagram, grand and spectacular. This made more and more disciples of the Supreme Sect look up. The disciples in the valley could even hear the noise from the outer city in the distance. Lu Lingjun appeared next to Guan, saying in a deep voice, Trouble is coming, you better not run out. With that, she leaped into the sky. Not only her, but the unification realm cultivators of the Supreme Sect also flew out. Lu Lingjun took out a treasure sword and slashed it, the spiritual power sweeping across like a rainbow, majestic in momentum. With a loud boom, the array diagram in the sky burst out with brilliant golden light, and a boundless pressure descended, startling Lu Lingjun to stop in a hurry. The other Unification Realm cultivators were the same. Unlike Lu Lingjun, they were suppressed by the pressure from the sky, unable to move, all looking at the array diagram in the sky with fear. Every piece of scattered cloud in the array diagram emitted golden light, forming golden lines and then condensing into golden runes. The golden light shined down, and whoever was illuminated by it couldn't move. And Zin's eyes widened, showing a look of despair. The outer city, atop the heavenly repair platform. The cultivators in sword enlightenment there all stood, their bodies trembling. They looked at the sky incredulously. "What is that?" Zuijian, standing next to the heaven-cutting axe, raised his neck and asked with difficulty. No one answered him. The other cultivators seemed to be watching the descent of gods, but not bringing fortune, rather despair. Under the gazes of countless people, a gigantic, illusory face manifested within the vast golden array diagram. Only the outlines of the facial features were visible, its true visage unclear, and its gender indistinguishable. It seemed like the will of the heavenly Tao overlooking the myriad beings, imposing great oppression on the supreme sect disciples. More and more people's legs shook, kneeling on the ground. Subconsciously, it was as if an invisible hand pressed their heads, not allowing them to look directly at the mysterious giant face in the golden array diagram. In a mansion in the inner sect city, Ji Xiaoyu looked at the sky, her brows tightly furrowed. She didn't recognize this array diagram, but intuition told her the visitor was certainly related to the Seven Stars spirit realm. "May I ask which senior has arrived? Why oppress the supreme sect in this world of chaos wrought by demons?" A female voice rang out, and a woman in black appeared next to Lu Lingjun. She was the supreme elder, Fairy Sushin. Returning from overseas, she suffered severe injuries last year in the demon battlefield, and now back in the supreme sect to heal. Her cultivation level wasn't much higher than Lu Lingjun. Facing the golden array diagram together, they could only slightly reduce the pressure. The mysterious giant face in the golden array diagram didn't respond. It seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, the golden array diagram emitted golden light beams, shooting towards the outer gate city of the supreme sect, sweeping across the sky. Under the gazes of countless disciples, the golden light beams converged into a golden arm, like the hand of the heavens, exuding supreme pressure. That direction was exactly the heavenly repair platform. Standing beside the heaven-cutting axe, Zuijian's face changed drastically. He was also suppressed, half-kneeling, unable to stand up. From his perspective, the golden hand in the sky shrouded the heavens and covered the sun, making everyone in the city feel despair. With a loud rumble, the heaven-cutting axe trembled, an immense intense sword into the sky, causing the golden hand to stop. Existing within the realm of immortal path, why hide among mortal sects? A cold voice echoed, reverberating through the supreme sect, making every cultivator hear it clearly. Realm of immortal path? They immediately thought of an entity. Sword Venerable Fudao. Only Sword Venerable Fudao could belong to the realm of immortal path. Guwen and an Exen, like the others, were pressed to the ground. Unlike others who were kneeling, he was squatting with his hands supporting him, arms trembling, head down, making it hard to see his expression. "Since you want answer, watch this sect turn to dust." The cold voice spoke again, like a heavenly god issuing judgment upon all beings. The terrifying pressure over the supreme sect suddenly intensified, and the earth began to tremble. With his head down, Guwen glanced at Xiaochuan, an Exen, and others' desperate expressions from the corner of his eye. Everyone's hearts were shrouded in fear, too preoccupied to look at those beside them. Guwen sighed softly. Why do people always seek death? Chapter 188. What realm is Sword Venerable Fudao in? Guwen infused his mana into the ground. The five-element spiritual energy followed his mana and converged towards the heavenly repair platform. On the heavenly repair platform, the cultivators who couldn't raise their heads saw wisps of spiritual energy emerging on the platform, all converging in one direction, they glanced out of the corner of their eyes. The heaven-cutting axe. Zuijin, kneeling beside the heaven-cutting axe, felt it even more deeply, his pupils dilated, filled with excitement. The elder was about to make his move. Nature's spiritual energy gathered beside the heaven-cutting axe, forming a whirlpool, quickly condensing into a dark purple phantom. It was precisely Gu Anus 9 Extremes Yin-Yang body. Under the golden light, the posture of the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang body was incomparably domineering, causing the nearby cultivators to be filled with excitement. Sword Venerable Fudao has appeared. The giant face in the sky locked its gaze on the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang body. The golden light array diagram once again burst forth with golden rays, and this time, it was as if a torrential downpour decorated the entire sky. Especially for the cultivators on the heavenly repair platform, the visual impact was immense. Under Zui Yijian's watchful eye, the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang body grasped the handle of the heaven-cutting axe in reverse. The heaven-cutting axe, which the cultivators of the Supreme Sect thought impossible to lift, was effortlessly raised as if it had no weight. The 9 Extremes Yin-Yang body lifted the axe with one hand, facing the golden rays that filled the sky. Its figure looked so insignificant. But at that moment, all the cultivators kneeling on the platform directed their gaze towards it. With its appearance, everyone in the outer sect city felt the pressure on them lessen. At least they could turn their heads. No one knew why, but looking at Sword Venerable Fudao holding the heaven-cutting axe, all the fear in everyone's hearts dissipated. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Zuijin raised his head, a look of fanaticism on his face. He was still kneeling, as if worshipping the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang body. The 9 Extremes Yin-Yang body lifted the axe with its right hand, moving the heaven-cutting axe to its left waist, and then suddenly lifted it upwards. Slicing heaven with axe. With one slash, the entire world instantly lost its color. The golden rays in the sky were successively annihilated. The golden light array diagram spanning the sky was directly cut in half, including the giant face, and even a clear space rift appeared in the sky, shocking the onlookers. Who are you, to have trained the heaven-cutting divine axe to such a degree? A mysterious, cold, and indifferent voice sounded, this time filled with fear, no longer calm and composed as before. Boom! The golden light array diagram in the sky, sliced in half, suddenly exploded, a terrifying strong wind crushing everything between heaven and earth. Zuijian instinctively lowered his head and closed his eyes. All the disciples in the Third Medicine Valley were blown away by the suddenly erupting strong wind, including Gu and his true body. The formations in each area of the valley were activated, forming protective barriers, like light shields suddenly lighting up. The mountains and forests outside the Medicine Valley shook violently, as if the trees were about to be uprooted at any moment. The same happened in Mystic Valley. All the cultivators in the outer gate cities in the 8 directions, the inner gate cities in the 4 directions, and the main city of the sect saw the golden light array diagram in the sky suddenly cut in half. Although they couldn't see clearly what had happened, the space rift spanning the sky proved that someone had just made a move. Along with the mysterious enemy's words, everyone thought of Sword Venerable Fudao. Ji Xiaoyu stood on the eaves, resisting the strong wind with her own spiritual power. The debris beneath her feet was blown away. She squinted as she looked on, her eyes filled with shock. The sky was covered with streaks of golden light, as if the golden sky had been torn apart. The heaven-cutting divine axe. Ji Xiaoyu muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes fixated on the sky. She naturally knew that the heaven-cutting divine axe was one of the 9 inheritances of the 7-star spirit realm. The appearance of the heaven-cutting axe had made her think that Sword Venerable Fudao just got the relic of ancestor Shen Tian. But now it was proven that Sword Venerable Fudao had also mastered the heaven-cutting divine axe. From the words of that mysterious great cultivator, it seemed that Sword Venerable Fudao not only mastered it but trained the heaven-cutting divine axe to a very high realm. Sword Venerable Fudao was hostile to the 7-star spirit realm. Could it be that Sword Venerable Fudao was also a person of the 7-star spirit realm? Ji Xiaoyu resisted the wind and thought wildly. The violent windstorm lasted for a long time. Zhuijian struggled to open his eyes, seeing Sword Venerable Fudao turn around, putting the heaven-cutting axe back in place. Then Sword Venerable Fudao came to him, gently patting his shoulder. He froze, immense joy filled his heart, his mind went blank. Before he could think more, Sword Venerable Fudao disappeared into thin air. When the storm completely subsided, more and more people stood up. Looking up, there were only golden remnants of clouds and a space rift of unknown length left in the sky. We are saved. The one just now definitely reached the realm of immortal path, yet was killed by Sword Venerable Fudao with one slash. He should be dead, otherwise why didn't he make a sound? Who on earth is that person, to dare suppress our supreme sect alone? Fortunately, we have Senior Sword Venerable here. Didn't you hear? Sword Venerable Fudao is also in the realm of immortal path. They say even the Mahayana realm can't reach the edge of the immortal path. A thunderous cheer erupted from the outer sect city. Lu Lingjun and Fairy Sushin floated in the air. The impact on the two women was even greater. When Sword Venerable Fudao swung the axe, they felt a chill that made them fearful even in retrospect. The mysterious great cultivator they couldn't resist was killed just like that? Fairy Sushin looked at Lu Lingjun and sighed. It seems the mystic heart realm is still within the mortal range. Lu Lingjun remained silent. Her feelings were complicated. She had reached a realm she had dreamt of before her ascension, but since reaching the mystic heart realm, she often felt powerless. Even though her cultivation level had grown stronger, she felt weaker. In a forest, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a man in golden robes, stumbling forward as he landed, spitting a mouthful of blood. His blood splashed on the flowers and grass, immediately turning them to ashes. He stabilized his figure and started to cultivate energy to suppress the domineering mana within his body. Damn! How can his mana be so powerful, and with more than one attribute? The man in golden robes thought through gritted teeth, his handsome face full of pain. It couldn't be done. He couldn't suppress it at all. He immediately turned around, preparing to flee back to the Seven Stars spirit realm. But as soon as he turned, a hand pressed down on his shoulder, his eyes widened. Before he could turn around, a divine sense far surpassing a loose immortal's rushed into his mind, causing his eyes to lose their luster. The strongest aspect of a wandering immortal was their soul power, stronger than their own mana. Standing behind the man in golden robes was Gu and his true body. He had delayed a bit to handle the disciples in the valley, which was why the man in golden robes had escaped here. This time, Guan did not perform soul search, instead using divine sense to destroy the primordial spirit of the man in golden robes, directly suppressing him. You have successfully seized startling immortal Lin, 6th layer of loose immortal realm, 1,709 years of lifespan. Guan took startling immortal Lin's storage bag, then used Tai Ching True Fire to burn his body. The loose immortal died in the forest, without a sound. After startling immortal Lin turned to ashes, Guan disappeared into thin air. About half an hour later, figures appeared in the forest, looking at the scorched grass burned by startling immortal Lin's immortal blood, all frowning. There were 8 people, male and female, all with extraordinary auras. Is startling immortal Lin dead? Not sure. We'll know whether he is alive by checking his soul jade. I didn't expect Sword Venerable Fudao to be so powerful. His heaven-cutting divine axe feels close to Elder Lin's level. In terms of achievement, he can't compare to Elder Lin. It's just that his mana is strong enough. If startling immortal Lin is really dead, how do we explain to Elder Lin? What about the Supreme Sect? How should we deal with it next? Everyone was silent. Although they hadn't gone to the Taizong dynasty, they sensed the terrifying aura of the heaven-cutting divine axe. Now they dared not go to the Supreme Sect. An old man in black robes said solemnly, "Let's go back first, lest Sword Venerable Fudao comes to kill us." As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed. They immediately disappeared from the spot. Guan, who had returned to the Third Medicine Valley, was indeed watching them. 8 loose immortals. The foundation of the 7 Stars spirit realm shocked Guan. No wonder hateful heaven ancestor didn't dare come to the continent. Fortunately, The other side also feared him. Gu An's gaze turned northward. The demon ancestor was approaching. He had to deal with startling immortal Lin and now the demon ancestor. Today was truly troublesome. Lu Lingjun had returned to the valley. She saw Guan and immediately dragged him to the loft, causing him to be temporarily unable to leave. As Lu Lingjun closed the door, Guan asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Lingjun replied, "After the demon calamity ends, I'm planning to leave the supreme sect and explore the secret realm Shenzhen discovered." Guan couldn't help but ask, "How do you know we can definitely withstand the demon calamity?" Lu Lingjun gave him a blank look and said crossly, "You didn't see how Sword Venerable Fudao acted today. Just one slash killed the invader. With Sword Venerable Fudao here, how can the Taizong dynasty not withstand the demon calamity?" Guan was secretly pleased, but still showed a worried expression on his face, saying, "No matter how strong Sword Venerable Fudao is, he can't possibly wipe out all the demons, right? He only needs to deal with the demon ancestor and the demon emperor. The demon calamity will surely end. Today I have truly broadened my horizons. This is also the first time I have seen Sword Venerable Fudao in action myself." Lu Lingjun began recounting the scene of Sword Venerable Fudao swinging the axe earlier, with reverence in her words. At the same time, in the Great Jiang Dynasty, Northern Territory, Xian Tianyi stood at the edge of a cliff, figures constantly appearing on either side of him, all great cultivators from various sects. Following their gaze forward, there was a desolate plain with demon energy permeating. The end of heaven and earth was murky, as if black mist was about to press down. Liang Songhai of the Zongtian sect looked at Xian Tianyi and said, "We sensed a terrifying pressure from the direction of the supreme sect earlier. Could something have happened?" Others also looked at Xian Tianyi. Xian Tianyi said indifferently, "It came quickly and went quickly, meaning it's already resolved. If it was an enemy, with Sword Venerable Fudao there, anyone daring to invade the supreme sect would die." Despite his calm demeanor, a storm was raging in his heart. Startling immortal Lin's pressure made even this Mahayana realm cultivator feel fear. It must have been an immortal descending on the supreme sect. Xian Tianyi, with the highest cultivation level among the group, had experienced more. The mysterious immortal had just appeared not long ago, then was killed by an even more terrifying aura, indicating a great battle had erupted in the supreme sect and ended swiftly. This made him wonder, what realm was Sword Venerable Fudao in? Chapter 189 Sword Venerable Fudao battles the demon ancestor. When Xian Tianyi felt shocked in his heart, other great cultivators turned their eyes to the distance. The overwhelming demonic aura of the demon ancestor was constantly approaching. They could no longer worry about the situation within the three dynasties. The upcoming battle for them was one of life and death. A figure appeared out of thin air next to Liang Songhai. This person wore a blue Dao robe, had a refined and elegant demeanor, black and white hair, and exuded a sense of detachment as if he had seen through the worldly affairs. As soon as he appeared, the others bowed to him. Xian Tianyi withdrew his mind and glanced at the newcomer. This person was the Taoist lord of the Zongtian sect, one of the three great cultivators in the land of the three dynasties. Now, Sword Venerable Fudao was considered an existence beyond the Mahayana realm, leaving only Xian Tianyi and the Taoist lord in the Mahayana realm. The two rarely met as they had to take charge of different parts of the battlefield. Liang Songhai looked at the Taoist lord and respectfully asked, "Martial Master, can you see what realm the demon ancestor is in?" The others looked at the Taoist lord, their expressions tense. The Taoist lord replied, "The realm of immortal path. As to the specific realm, I do not know, but it can be confirmed that even if we join forces, we are not his match." His voice was light, but the words he said struck everyone like a heavy hammer, making their faces pale. Fight to the death. These two words were often on their lips, but when facing an invincible enemy, it was inevitable that they felt a bit flustered in their hearts. Even if we are not his match, we must hold him off and wait for Sword Venerable Fudao to come and support us. Xian Tianyi said with a casual tone, without any hint of fear, even with a touch of smile. These words instilled hope into the other great cultivators, whose eyes suddenly shone with vitality. One couldn't help but ask, will Sword Venerable Fudao really come? Over the years, he has hardly ever taken action outside of the Supreme Sect. He might not belong to the Supreme Sect but instead come from overseas, secretly cultivating there. He may not want to interfere with the mainland's major events unless some fellows provoke him directly. These words caused the crowd to waver once again. Xian Tianyi raised his hand, and a blue lotus bloomed in his palm. Looking ahead, he said, "Everyone, don't overthink it. Believe in Sword Venerable Fudao, believe in the Supreme Sect. If Sword Venerable Fudao had nothing to do with the Supreme Sect, then the Heavenly Repair Platform would not have the word righteous on it. We seek immortality, but even immortals from overseas cannot achieve true immortality. So-called immortals just have a longer lifespan than mortals. Since all lives will end, why not bloom brilliantly in this calamity rather than dying in seclusion, thus not wasting a lifetime of cultivation?" His words resonated with the other great cultivators, who began adjusting their mindsets, preparing for the upcoming battle. At the same time, 10,000 miles away, on the barren plains, the demon ancestor strolled forward, followed by a vast demonic fog, covering the sky and swallowing all the white bones along the way. His white hair fluttered wildly, his tattered robe swaying in the wind, and his 4 eyes stared ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. A bird flew out of the demonic fog behind him, swiftly landing on his shoulder. It was a white dove, tilting its head and asking, "Demon ancestor, you seem to have some hesitation in your heart." Its voice was like a little girl's, ethereal and melodic. The demon ancestor looked into the distance and said, "Earlier, there was a loose immortal aura among the human race, and another aura even stronger. However, both disappeared in an instant, making it impossible for me to determine their cultivation levels." Upon hearing this, the white dove immediately asked, "Could there still be a being stronger than you in the world? How could there not be? If there weren't, why would I need to resurrect? If that's the case, why march southward? The world is so vast, why not just leave some survivors? If you are hungry, we can go to the sea to find food. The sea has plenty of demon beasts." The white dove chattered nonstop, describing the vastness and beauty of the ocean. The demon ancestor listened intently but did not stop moving. The desolate land was littered with white bones. With each step he took, the demonic fog behind him surged forward, plunging half the world into darkness. He was like the catastrophe of heaven and earth, driving away the light with darkness. After a long while, the demon ancestor finally said in a melancholic tone, "Little demon, sometimes being strong in this land is a mistake. I cannot leave this continent." Upon hearing this, the white dove was dumbfounded, staring blankly at him. "However, even if I am not the strongest, unable to leave the continent, no one can completely eradicate me. Since we all have to die eventually, let me see the strength of the human race in the south." His face once again turned vicious, his 4 eyes filled with greed and cruelty. He shook his shoulders, startling the white dove into flight. "Little demon, fly northward. Since you yearn for the ocean, then go. Although the ocean is more dangerous, it also holds more hope." As the demon ancestor's voice fell, he took a step and traversed several miles in an instant. The demonic fog behind him quickly engulfed the white dove. Boom! A terrifying aura burst from his body. The ground beneath his feet constantly cracked, surrounded by demonic energy, connecting with the demonic fog behind him. Countless shadowy figures of demon beasts appeared, as if he were leading the entire demon clan forward, exuding grandeur. In the distance, Xian Tianyi, the Taoist lord, and others were all startled. The people of the 3 dynasties' land were equally terrified. The Supreme Sect, which had just survived the calamity brought by startling immortal Lin, fell into silence once again. But this time, the disciples of the Supreme Sect were no longer afraid. Instead, they started to look forward to what would happen next. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, inside a pavilion, Lu Lingjun turned her head to look out the window, her brows furrowed, and said, "This should be the aura of the demon ancestor, truly terrifying. I wonder if Sword Venerable Fudao will make a move this time. The other cultivators might not be able to withstand such demonic energy." Guwen feigned confusion and asked, "Is the demon ancestor very powerful? Can even Xian Tianyi not stop him?" Lu Lingjun rolled her eyes at him and said irritatedly, "Do you think your sworn elder brother is invincible in the world? Compared to Sword Venerable Fudao, he is far inferior." Guwen wanted to say on behalf of Sword Venerable Fudao that his second brother was invincible in the world, but he held back. He sighed and said, "When will this world's disaster end? It is so difficult to live a peaceful life." Lu Lingjun found it funny and laughed. "Your peaceful life hasn't been enough? You don't even need to fight. But seeing you all get hurt, how can I feel at ease?" Guwen said earnestly. Seeing his expression, Lu Lingjun suddenly felt guilty. With his personality, he would indeed worry about those around him. How could she mock him? Although Guwen did not fight, everyone around him received his medicinal herbs and elixirs. His contribution was no less than the other fighting disciples. Lu Lingjun took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. It's almost over. It just depends on the battle between Sword Venerable Fudao and the demon ancestor to see who is stronger." Guwen nodded and said, "Let's go down and comfort the other disciples. At this crucial moment, we must stay united." His divine sense could easily cover the land of the three dynasties, and he could feel the demon ancestor getting closer to the northern territory. The two of them got up and walked downstairs. The disciples in the valley had already gathered together. Seeing Guwen and Lu Lingjun coming over, they quickly surrounded them, asking Lu Lingjun about the distance of the demonic aura from the supreme sect. With their low cultivation levels, they did not know where the demonic aura was, worrying that it was once again aimed at the supreme sect. "Do not worry, this demonic aura should be from the demon ancestor. It is still far away, and the great cultivators of the immortal cultivation world are already preparing to confront him." Lu Lingjun reassured them. The mention of the demon ancestor startled the disciples, and they began discussing it incessantly. Xiaochuan turned to look at his senior brother, who was standing outside the crowd, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. He immediately walked over and asked, "Senior brother, are you worried?" Guwen nodded and said, "Of course I'm worried. I can't help but wonder if I should have worked harder on my cultivation. If I were stronger, I would feel more at ease now." Xiaochuan responded, "Senior brother, you should indeed work harder on your cultivation. Your talent and status are higher than mine. Don't give up. I'm also talking about you, fool. Can you focus on the cultivation technique I taught you? Senior brother, do you think that even if I cultivate this technique, I can reach the core formation realm? Will I be able to form a nascent soul in this lifetime? We don't know. It's impossible. Even if I live for another couple hundred years, if all the time is spent on cultivation, what's the point? This is something you once told others. I just want to enjoy life to the fullest. Maybe in my next life, I'll be a genius like senior brother Liya." Xiaochuan chuckled, his face showing a look of yearning. Looking at the wrinkles at the corners of Xiaochuan's eyes, Guwen couldn't help but mock himself. He always said to respect everyone's choices, yet he cared too much for those close to him. He patted Xiaochuan's shoulder, then turned his gaze to the horizon. Better think about how to kill the demon ancestor. After slaying startling immortal Lin, the Seven Stars spirit realm would certainly notice Sword Venerable Fudao. Since that's the case, no more pretending. It's time to show everyone swordsmanship that surpasses the Taizong divine shocking sword. Guwen squinted his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the sky to the outer heavens. The great Jiang dynasty, Northern Territory. On the cliff, Xian Tianyi, the Taoist lord, Shen Quan, Liang Congzhai, Taoist Tianshu, and others, more than 30 great cultivators stood side by side, their robes flapping in the wind. Following their gaze, the sky had been obscured by the vast demonic fog. Their divine senses had already locked onto the demon ancestor. The Taoist of immortality from the Three Pure Ones mountain, dressed in a white robe, held a horsetail whisk and waved it downward off the cliff. Rumble. The earth cracked, the mountain where the cliff was located separated from the barren plain, forming a deep, bottomless chasm. Spiritual energy rose from the chasm, forming a shocking energy wall, dispersing the clouds in the sky. Xian Tianyi glanced at the Taoist of immortality with the corner of his eye, then continued to stare at the demon ancestor. Everyone. Liang Chenghai was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something, abruptly raising his head. It wasn't just him, the other great cultivators did the same. Although Yi Yan was still in the foundation establishment realm, his physique and spear technique were exceptionally strong, far beyond other foundation establishment realm soldiers. Of course, he was still somewhat inferior to Wu Ju, but his spear technique was more agile. The spear danced like a dragon, and his movements were swift like a startled swan. With each thrust and pull, flesh and blood flew. Yi Yan also looked up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with envy. What kind of cultivation level could create such a phenomenon? Yi Yan wondered, having served in the military for decades and fought countless battles. His vision was already broad. It was precisely because of this that he understood his own insignificance. The world was vast, and the rulers of the world's destiny were those great cultivators who stood above the dynasties. In this life, he probably would not have the opportunity to witness the elegance of those great cultivators. Yi Yan collected his thoughts and continued fighting. On a distant mountaintop, Li Xiandao stood facing the wind, gazing at the myriad stars, his sword-like brows furrowed. With his current cultivation level observing the phenomenon in the sky, his feelings were deeper than Wu Ju's or Yi Yan's. The realm of immortal path. Li Xiandao murmured, his eyes drifting. Cultivators across the world were stunned by the star-filled sky, except for a few hiding in the mountains who remained unaware, such as Zhang Buku, who was still cultivating the heaven-cutting divine axe in that mountain cave. On a mountain trail in the western region of the Taizong dynasty, Yi Lan, Zhen Qin, and other disciples of the law enforcement hall stopped in their tracks, admiring the majestic scene of the stars in the sky. The disciples speculated that a great cultivator was about to confront that unknown terrifying demonic energy. Yi Lan withdrew her gaze and looked at Zhen Qin, sighing slightly. Since the last disappearance, Zhen Qin seemed like a different person, becoming silent. Even when questioned, Zhen Qin did not respond, which made her very worried. She could only pray now that the demonic calamities would end soon so she could take Zhen Qin back to the Supreme Sect to rest. In the Third Medicine Valley, all the disciples were astonished by the changes in the sky, and Lu Lingjun was gazing at the star-filled sky. She felt a vast sword intent that reminded her of Sword Venerable Fudao, but she also felt that this sword intent was stronger than what Sword Venerable Fudao had displayed before. Was it someone else, or had Sword Venerable Fudao never shown his full strength before? Guan and Xiaochuan stood side by side, both gazing at the sky with similar expressions, but Guan only pretended to be shocked. His divine sense had already locked onto the demon ancestor. When he wielded the vast star-suppressing heaven-boundless sword, the demon ancestor had no escape. It was too late to turn back now. However, instead of retreating, the demon ancestor exploded with even stronger demonic energy, intending to invade the human race's territory. Sword Venerable Fudao? Let us determine the victor of this calamity today. The demon ancestor's cold voice echoed across the three dynasties. This time, people were not afraid. The words Sword Venerable Fudao seemed to have a certain power, giving them a great sense of security. By now, not only the immortal cultivation world but even commoners knew the name of Sword Venerable Fudao. Sword Venerable Fudao had already become the guardian deity in the hearts of people across the three dynasties, even greater than the mountain god. The mountain god was ethereal and elusive, but Sword Venerable Fudao was a cultivator, closer to them. Northern territory of Great Jiang. After the demon ancestor's call, he leaped into the air, his demonic energy erupting, with thunderbolts intertwining around him. The demonic fog behind him billowed fiercely, and countless demonic beast phantoms roared deafeningly, causing the ground to crack continuously, as if the entire world was about to collapse. He quickly approached the cliff where Xian Tianyi and others were. Even though they knew Sword Venerable Fu Dao was about to act, Xian Tianyi and the others did not let their guard down. They all took out their strongest magic artifacts or formed formations, preparing to confront the demon ancestor. A vast sword intent suddenly descended, enveloping the world. Xian Tianyi and the others instinctively looked up, and then, their eyes widened, and their mouths fell open. Even the inscrutable Taoist Lord and Taoist of immortality could not remain calm at this moment, all showing shocked expressions. As they watched, the countless stars burst out with sword light, like innumerable sword shadows streaking down with flowing light, covering the entire sky, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Even someone as strong as the Mahayana realm felt insignificant as dust at this moment. The demon ancestor gazed at the endless starry sword shadows, a fleeting look of fear in his eyes, followed by a manic expression. Rumble. Amidst the rolling demonic fog, countless demonic beast phantoms condensed into a giant demon 1,000 feet high. The figure was human-like, standing on lions and tigers, with an azure dragon coiled around its waist, a phoenix spreading its wings on its shoulders. Its long hair writhed like a cluster of serpents, and its hands conjured a long blade's shadow, brandishing it skyward in fury. At this moment, Xian Tianyi and others, along with the approaching cultivators in the rear, were all stunned. It seemed as if they were witnessing a creation god resisting the sky, the visual impact making their hearts pound like war drums. Boom, boom, boom. Endless starry sword shadows descended, striking the long blade in the giant demon's hands. His demon blade was instantly submerged, and his demon body was continuously pierced through. He let out a soul-shaking roar and struck the sky with his palm. The starry sword shadows fell like the Milky Way, and the 1,000-foot-high giant demon was submerged in an instant. The ground shattered, dust flew, and winds howled across the world. The giant spiritual energy wall cast by the Taoist of immortality shattered in an instant, startling Xian Tianyi and the others to gather their spiritual power to defend themselves. But the mountain they stood on was still pulverized, and they were swept away. People in the 3 dynasties felt the northern skies suddenly burst with blinding light, and the world lost its color in their eyes. Even the people in the 3rd Medicine Valley were dazzled and closed their eyes. Lu Lingjun flew into the sky, shielding the valley with her spiritual power. Her beautiful face was full of incredulity, gradually losing its outline in the bright light. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, Nianchu Cave. The cave walls shuddered, and Tian Yao hid by the stone table, extremely nervous. She covered her head with her hands, murmuring, "Master." North Sea Mountains in front of Mountain God Temple. Sage Xian Miao stood outside the forest, enveloping the mountains in his spiritual power. Yet even so, the surrounding forest still shook violently. He looked into the distance, his face filled with shock. Sword Venerable Fu Dao, Sage Xian Miao murmured. Such power made him feel that Sword Venerable Fu Dao might be no weaker than the mountain god. Or perhaps, the mountain god did not act because he foresaw that there were still strong individuals like Sword Venerable Fu Dao in the world? Sage Xian Miao could not see the specific battle situation, but facing such grand sword intent, he could not think of how the demon ancestor could win. The intense light lasted for 10 breaths' time. When everyone regained their vision, the world was still filled with howling winds, and the earth shook. The starry sky spectacle displayed across the heavens gradually disappeared, revealing the blue sky. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, Guan looked at the prompt before him, his brows furrowed. You successfully seized 1,030 years of lifespan from the demon ancestor, 5th layer of the loose immortal realm. How is it only a little over 1,000? It's not even as much as startling immortal Lin. Next to him, Xiaochuan cautiously opened his eyes, watching the sky stars gradually fade, and couldn't help asking Guan, Senior brother, is it over? He had expected an earth-shattering battle between Sword Venerable Fudao and the demon ancestor. Now, looking at it, it was certainly earth-shattering but not much of a battle. Guan took a deep breath, pretending to be profound, and said, I am not sure either. Perhaps only Lu Lingjun knows the situation afar. The servant disciples behind them also discussed this matter, their eyes looking toward Lu Lingjun in the sky. Lu Lingjun hovered in the air, looking northward with a look of fear in her eyes. A small snake peeked out from her hair. It was the white spirit demon emperor. It hissed its tongue, exclaiming, My goodness, such terrifying demonic energy dissipated just like that? The demon ancestor was not even an opponent for one move of Sword Venerable Fudao. Lu Lingjun did not respond to it because she was also pondering this. Just how strong is Sword Venerable Fudao? Before long, the outer gate city in the distance erupted with cheers, the disciples of the Supreme Sect's Law Enforcement Hall unleashing their pent-up emotions. To see Sword Venerable Fudao act twice in one day, no regrets in this life. Most importantly, the demon ancestor had perished. Does it not signify the end of the demonic tribulations? Chapter 191. Sword Venerable shakes the world, Holy Land saves the world. Rumble, rumble. Dust flew in the air as Xian Tianyi flew out from the ruins. He ascended to the sky, overlooking the scene below, his eyes widened. His gaze crossed the chasm created by the Taoist of immortality. On the other side of the land, the demon ancestor's figure was no longer visible. The horrifying demonic might from before had completely disappeared. All he could see was rolling dust and demonic mist, the area appearing like a chaotic world. Was that a sword array just now? Xian Tianyi frowned, thinking to himself. The Sword Venerable Fudao hadn't appeared, yet he was able to vanquish the demon ancestor with one move, truly frightening him. This was his first real encounter with the might of the Sword Venerable Fudao. Even on the ocean, he had never seen such a sword array. Other great cultivators also gathered from all directions. They were unharmed, only thrown off by the force. They were very excited. The demon ancestor is dead. Is the demonic calamity finally over? Haha, we finally won and we didn't have to die. The Sword Venerable Fudao is truly too powerful. Even among the immortals there are still gaps. Why would someone so powerful hide their identity? Ask yourself that. For someone of his caliber, if he were to step in a few times, it's already commendable. If his true identity were revealed, you'd all come begging to him whenever trouble arises. The great cultivators were very excited, some even burst out laughing. The years of pent-up aggression were finally released. Liang Zhenghai, sect leader of Zhengqian sect, spoke. Everyone, I suggest that the various sects of the three dynasties should all erect statues of the Sword Venerable Fudao. Not to curry favor, but to let the world remember his benevolence forever. Hearing this, the great cultivators of other sects all applauded. The Supreme Elder Xian Quan frowned, hesitated to speak. Xian Tianyi glanced at Liang Zhenghai and snorted coldly, but said nothing. Subsequently, under Liang Kanghai's orders, they started patrolling the area to ensure that the demon ancestor was truly dead. Far away in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan was also using his divine sense to search the battlefield. The demon ancestor left behind no demon core or demon treasure upon death. This guy died so worthlessly. Could it be he could be resurrected later? Guan suppressed his thoughts and joined his disciples in discussing the strength of the Sword Venerable Fudao. Now it depends on how the Seven Stars Spirit Realm reacts. The Seven Stars Spirit Realm claimed to be a holy land, they shouldn't act recklessly. That startling immortal Lin had not revealed his true name. Even the disciples of the Supreme Sect didn't know who he was. The fall of the demon ancestor. This news spread throughout the world in just 2 days. The reason it spread so quickly was that the demon ancestor had previously called out to the Sword Venerable Fudao when he moved south. The sword Venerable Fudeo's prestige reached unprecedented heights across the three dynasties. Although the rampaging demons had not completely dispersed, the demon kings were already scared and had withdrawn from the lands of the three dynasties, greatly boosting the morale of the human race. Everyone in the world sang praises of the sword Venerable Fudao. When Guan disguised as the green hero traveled through the mortal world, in every city, village, and town, people were discussing the sword Venerable Fudao, much to his surprise. He hadn't expected the news to spread so fast. After the fall of the demon ancestor, demons were still numerous, indicating that the true controller of the demons was not the demon ancestor. However, as long as the demon kings retreated, the three dynasties would eventually triumph. Guan did not remain idle, seizing the time to accumulate lifespans. The ability to seize lifespans was his greatest secret, so he couldn't use the identity of the sword Venerable Fudao to massacre, mainly because the sword Venerable Fudao seldom slaughtered demons before. It was more reasonable to do so as the green hero, as there were many heroes like him in the current world. Days passed by. A month later, Guan's lifespan broke 8 million years. On this day, LV Baitin came to the third Medicine Valley to find him. Guan received LV Baitin in a pavilion. LV Baitin was very happy, constantly praising the sword Venerable Fudao. The sword Venerable Fudao appeared during his tenure as the head of the Supreme Sect, and he successfully retained the sword Venerable Fudao. The Supreme Elders were very pleased with his actions, and Xian Tianyi also stated that he would not compete for the position of sect leader. The demonic calamity is virtually over. Besides the sword Venerable Fudao slaying the demon ancestor, the Holy Land has also opened its doors, sending disciples down the mountain to save the world. LV Baitin lightly shook his teacup, smiling. Guan asked, "The Holy Land? I heard from the third Miss that the Holy Land never intervenes in the affairs of the continent. Why did they intervene this time?" LV Baitin explained. It is said that the formation of the demonic calamity relates not only to the demon ancestor but also to an ancient demon known as the evil demon. The evil demon was sealed underground by the Holy Land. When the demon ancestor fell and the demons continued to rampage, the Holy Land realized something was wrong. After investigating, although the evil demon remained sealed, his demonic chi seeped into demon bodies through nature's spiritual energy, causing their corruption into demons. Because the lands of the three dynasties lie in the southernmost part of the continent, furthest from the evil demon, the human race was not corrupted. The Holy Land also revealed that the evil demon grows increasingly powerful and will inevitably emerge in the future, bringing another catastrophe. The Holy Land will face it alongside the various sects of the human race, as they consider it their responsibility for not completely eradicating the evil demon. Hearing this, Guan almost developed a sense of admiration for the Seven Stars spirit realm. Truly flawless and impeccable. If Guan hadn't searched through so many memories, based on LV Baitin's words alone, the Holy Land indeed seemed great. But he knew it was all orchestrated by the Holy Land themselves. It was also a good thing. The Holy Land sending disciples to save the world indicated that the Seven Stars spirit realm cared about its image and wouldn't act recklessly. It also meant that the Seven Stars spirit realm feared the sword Venerable Fudao, unwilling to confront him directly, giving Guan more time to grow. Still, Guan couldn't let his guard down. He had to watch out for the Seven Stars spirit realm investigating him in secret. Guan, feigning joy, asked, "That is indeed good news. The Holy Land must be really powerful. Do other sects know of this?" Yes, all sects received a message from the Holy Land's envoys. It's estimated that within 5 years, demons will be no more, and the three dynasties might even expand into the demon lands. For the Taizong dynasty and the Supreme Sect, it could be a bit troublesome. LV Baitin nodded. Guan was surprised and asked, "What kind of trouble?" With the Great Jiang dynasty and the Tianwei dynasty standing between the Taizong dynasty and the demon lands, it makes it hard for us to mine spirit mines or seek opportunities in the demon lands. Over time, the Taizong dynasty will be swallowed by the other two dynasties, weakening the Supreme Sect's influence in the immortal cultivation world. in planning to support Li Xiandao to accomplish this. LV Baitin spoke worriedly, then began sipping tea. Guan wanted to say, "You guys are really persistent. The demonic calamity isn't over, and you're already thinking about dividing the demon lands?" But he couldn't interfere. The supreme sect indeed needed to grow stronger, which would help him to continue surviving. LV Baitin started discussing the supreme sect's upcoming plans with a sincere attitude. Clearly, he still hadn't given up on recruiting Guan as a disciple. According to him, once the demonic calamity was resolved, the supreme elders would no longer travel south but lead the supreme sect's disciples to explore the demon lands, constantly enhancing the supreme sect's foundation. They even considered the Songtian sect as a hypothetical enemy, and the Songtian sect felt the same. LV Baitin found that Songtian sect's over-the-top praise of the sword Venerable Fudao nauseating.